The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 23, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Vince Fong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize my friend and the current CEO of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, Mr. Robert Gbia, for his extraordinary leadership in suicide prevention and in recognition of his planned retirement at the end of the year. There's no better time to recognize Robert than in this season where we deal with the great attention to mental health awareness. For nearly 3 decades, he has guided the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention to national prominence. Under Robert's leadership, AFSP has expanded to 73 chapters across the country and become the largest private funder of suicide prevention research in the world, investing nearly $100 million in life-saving initiatives. He has led national awareness campaigns, educational programs, and the Out of the Darkness walks, providing support and hope to millions of individuals and families affected by suicide. He has also strengthened public policy and advocacy, uniting thousands of volunteer advocates to secure state and federal funding for suicide prevention and mental health statewide programs nationwide. In addition, Mr. Gbia has served in numerous national leadership roles, including as a founding member of the National Council for Suicide Prevention, a member of the National Lifeline Advisory Committee, and the Executive Committee of the National Alliance for Suicide Prevention, and as past chair of the Board of Directors of the National Health Council. His vision and dedication have shaped suicide prevention strategies and initiatives across the United States. As we honor Robert Gbia, it is fitting to recognize his decades of service, his commitment to research, advocacy, education, and his enduring impact on communities nationwide. His leadership has saved lives and strengthened the field of suicide prevention, leaving a legacy that will benefit generations to come. Robert, congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for your enduring service to champion the cause of preventing suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I've been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-675, an act to contribute funds and artifacts to the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library in Medora, North Dakota, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will receive another message.
Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 2026 Men's Outdoor Track and Field National Champions, the Arkansas Razorbacks. Led by head coach Doug Case, the Hogs brought home the national title after 4 days of competition at Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon. From start to finish, these men exemplified what it means to be a Razorback. They brought grit, energy, and an unwavering determination to the competition, and they fought until the very last event to secure that title. Throughout the meet, Arkansas rose to the top, seizing key opportunities to score points in field events, sprints, and middle distance events. In the field events, Scotty Vines, the Colorado native, brought an impressive performance in the high jump. He cleared 5 consecutive bars, ending at 7 feet, 4.5 inches. Juriat Hughes put out a set of career bests in the long jump. Building on that momentum was Ernest Chariot in the 10,000. Keeping the Hogs on the leaderboard were powerhouse performances by Tyrese Taylor and Rivaldo Marshall in the 800, Jelani Watkins in the 100. And bringing the victory home was TJ Tomjanovich, Devin Wright, Xander Cruzen, and Jordan Pierre in the 4x4. But this type of elite performance doesn't happen by chance. It happens as a direct result of the dedication and discipline that are refined in the long hours on the track and in the weight room. It is a product of excellence in every practice, down to every drill, every rep. It also happens because of exceptional leadership. And I want to extend my special congratulations to Doug Case, who in his first year, Mr. Speaker, as head coach, has led these men to 4 titles, 2 in the SEC and 2 national championships in indoor and outdoor track. This accomplishment is unprecedented and is a feat not achieved by any first-year head coach in over 4 decades. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I can't forget Doug's wife and his #1 cheerleader, Chris Case, for her support of this championship program. I should also recognize assistant coaches Rob Jarvis, Kale Wallace, Brandon Battle, Stephen Strobus, and Danny Green. Their contributions should not go unnoticed. This year's victory builds on the generational legacy of track and field dominance at the University of Arkansas. The 2026 title in outdoors was the 11th NCAA Outdoor Championship for our Hogs and the 53rd, yes, 53rd National Championship for track and field programs overall. Mr. Speaker, this win isn't just a trophy. It is a testament to the hard work of every athlete and every coach this season. I look forward to celebrating the team's future accomplishments and watching this momentum carried into the next school year. Coach Case has set a very high bar in his first season as our head coach, and I look forward to the future under his leadership. Woo Pig Sooie, go Hogs, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of reasons why we're seeing rising costs, but one reason is particularly troubling, and it's called surveillance pricing. You see, it's common for businesses to track our online activity like searches and web browsing and use that to decide who to target with ads. But what if they actually use that information to charge you a higher price for something they knew you actually needed? That's surveillance pricing, and it's unfortunately becoming very common. Surveillance pricing feeds your personal information and your online activity into an algorithm, and that algorithm then raises the price you see online for your purchase based on how much it thinks it can get away with charging you. So if the algorithm recognizes, say, that based on your web search history that a family member just passed away, you need to fly across the country, with surveillance pricing, the airline can then use that information to jack up the price of your flight. It's like personalized price gouging, and it's raising the costs on everyone. And it's happening with food, housing, transportation, and more, and you would never know that it was happening to you. And that's why I'm introducing the Slash Prices Act. This bill requires businesses to disclose the use of surveillance pricing, and it requires that consumers are able to opt out of surveillance pricing. Customers have the right to know if their personal data is being used to force them to pay unfair prices. So I urge my colleagues to join me in lowering costs by putting an end to online price gouging and predatory surveillance pricing. Mr. Speaker, there are over 5,000 data centers in this country, with thousands more planned. Data centers could use 12% of the entire country's energy by 2028, and communities are being asked to host these massive centers without knowing exactly how much water and electricity they use, and this can lead to irresponsible data center buildouts, electric grid instability, and high energy prices. Americans deserve to know how much energy and water data centers actually are using, and not just estimates. That's why I'm introducing the Bipartisan Data Center Infrastructure Energy Measurement and Standards Act. This bill will establish consistent and accurate measures for how much water and energy are used by data centers. With this transparent information, communities will be able to decide if they want to host a data center. Energy infrastructure can be properly planned away from homes and schools, and we can understand, finally, data centers' full impact on our communities. So I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this legislation so that Americans are not left guessing when it comes to data centers. Mr. Speaker, every day, nearly 130 people are killed from gun violence. That's 46,000 Americans every year. Far too many families, far too many friends, and far too many loved ones have to cope with a devastating loss because of gun violence. June marks Gun Violence Awareness Month, and I'm proud to introduce common sense measures to promote firearm safety and prevent more of these deaths. For instance, a lot of gun deaths could be prevented by using technology to prevent unauthorized users from using a firearm. So my first bill, the Gun Safety Innovation Opportunity Act, supports research into cutting-edge gun safety technologies like using fingerprints to ensure that only authorized users can access that firearm. We can use this research to prevent guns from being used by bad guys or kids who don't know how to use them. And speaking of kids, we also want to keep guns out of our schools. And current law prohibits firearms on K-12 campuses, but it does not cover preschools like my daughter's. And that's why I'm introducing the Protect Every Preschooler Act, legislation to extend existing gun safety protections to our youngest learners at preschools and early childhood education campuses. The time for action is now, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting these bills and renewing our commitment to keeping all of our communities safe from gun violence. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life of Pat Riley, a proud Virginian and public servant who passed away on June 6th. Pat started her career teaching English in Liberia as a Peace Corps volunteer. There she helped design the Liberian Education Assistance Project, which sent U.S. teachers to Liberia every year. Pat continued her work with the Peace Corps, chairing the board of the National Peace Corps Association, and during the Ebola crisis, she helped raise money for communities working on prevention and treatment. Here at home, Pat worked as a reporter and editor for 5 U.S. newspapers, including the Washington Post, and she later served in public affairs roles in agencies across the federal government. Even in retirement, she tirelessly advocated for the arts, human rights, social justice, and led her local League of Women Voters chapter. Our community will always remember Pat's commitment to serving others, and she will be missed by her family, friends, and so many of the people whose lives she touched. May she rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to continue to shed light on the egregious, unethical, and deliberately unscrupulous practices of our health insurance companies that deny patients care and rip off the American taxpayer. I've spent 35 years taking care of patients, and the amount of treachery in the healthcare industry at this point in time continues to boggle my mind. A few months ago, the House Ways and Means Committee hosted representatives from the nation's leading insurers, and there was bipartisan outrage against what they are doing to the American patient and the American taxpayer. Healthcare is no longer affordable, and in large part, it is due to the ever-increasing insurance company-driven middleman apparatus. These mega corporations are squeezing every last penny out of patients and physicians, all in the name of profit. Today, I want to discuss an interesting event, how the American taxpayer is subsidizing stock buybacks by the United States' largest health insurers. A buyback is when companies, flush with cash, our cash, is buying back their own stock. 2025, the 7 largest for-profit health insurance conglomerates took in nearly $1.7 trillion in total in revenues, yielding over $50 billion in profits. The true number, much higher, because of the way they hide their finances. Regardless, that's a great year for these companies, which received record sums of American taxpayer dollars. In fact, United Healthcare now gets more than 3/4 of its revenues from government programs, even though it covers almost twice as many people in its commercial plans. No wonder they lobbied so hard to keep the Obamacare subsidies in place. They love that taxpayer federal dollar. What's even more sinister is the amount of money that these giants have spent on their own stock buybacks. Instead of using money to lower the cost of care for patients across the country, they pump it in to boost up their own profits. In 2015, the top 7 companies spent more than $137 billion buying back stock shares. United has more than 50% of these buybacks. And guess who makes the most profit? United. They are flush with cash, so flush they even own a bank. Why is this important? As they buy back their own stock, it makes their stock more expensive, drives up earnings, and guess what? Makes their executives richer because of their compensation plans, all at the expense of patients. Further, they become more diversified, vertically integrated, and swallow up nearly every part of our healthcare system. Mark Cuban and I agree completely. The middleman is destroying American medicine. As it stands, we are now allowing an oligopoly to take nearly $2 trillion from the American people while making it more expensive and harder to access health care. As I've said before, if it were up to me, I would break up these giants and eliminate for-profit health insurance. Medically necessary health care cannot be treated the same way as other customer goods and services. I believe that patients must take responsibility for their well-being, but I also think it is a marked way that we incentivize making people healthier, but also understand that they cannot afford health care right now. We're all impacted by emergencies and illnesses at some point in our life, even the most robust and healthy individuals. A visit to the emergency room should not be a life-altering financial event. Therapy for cancer, we know how to treat, should not be a death sentence because of the cost of care. And access to a life-saving medicine that sustains your life should not bankrupt you. Yet, I'm an equal opportunity offender. I'll go after any entity in the healthcare industry, regardless, that is causing the cost of healthcare to be so expensive. These greedy and egregious practices of our healthcare insurance companies top the list. Countless patients are denied medically necessary care every single day because these companies want to save a buck. They want to save a buck to buy back their stock and increase their profits. Make no mistake, the health insurance industry is the most powerful one in Washington, D.C. But fortunately, the American people are waking up to the nonsense and demanding change. I've dedicated my entire life to taking care of patients. I'm happy to take on this fight. We cannot deal with this anymore. The insurance industry is destroying American health care. I will not rest until this job is finished and we break up these insurance company monopolies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Vicki Torres on receiving her Bachelor's of Science degree in nursing from Cal State Fullerton. Vicki was born in the city of Orange and raised in Santa Ana, where she was diagnosed with osteosarcoma at the age of 7. For over a decade, she fought through countless rounds of chemotherapy, surgeries, and rehab. The support and kindness she got from the medical teams inspired Vicki to pursue a degree in nursing. She enrolled at Santa Ana College's associate's degree program in nursing before transferring to Cal State Fullerton. Navigating college was hard enough, let alone doing it with multiple surgeries was, of course, very hard. But her determination carried her through, and I ask you today to join me in commending Ms. Torres for her accomplishments and for her degree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Ms. Norma Martinez, Superintendent of Centralia Elementary School District, where she has been the superintendent since July 1st, 2015. A graduate of my alma mater, Anaheim High School, Superintendent Martinez was named Superintendent of the Year by the 2026 Association of California School Administrators, Region 17. For the past decade, she has led Centralia Elementary School District with strength and commitment to student success. Thank you, Superintendent Martinez, for your support of our students, for your leadership, providing our children with an excellent education. Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Manuel Liserio, a member of the greatest generation, a proud World War II veteran whose service reflects courage, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to our nation. Manuel served in the U.S. Army during one of the most defining moments in our world history. Through his commitment and leadership, he rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant, earning the respect of those who served beside him. For his service, he was awarded the American Defense Service Medal, the World War II Victory Medal, and the Honorable Service Lapel Button. Today, let's pause to express our deepest gratitude, not only for what he did in uniform, but for the freedoms his service helped secure for generations to come. Manuel, we thank you, and your service to our great nation will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the students, teachers, and proud parents of Bvard County Public Schools for earning an A grade from the Florida Department of Education. As a former history teacher myself, I know that success is not measured by a single test or a single classroom. It is a result of years of hard work by students and dedicated teachers who value learning. This A rating reflects academic performance, student achievement, graduation rates, and college and career readiness for our future. On Florida's Space Coast, our schools are preparing for the next generation of engineers, teachers, entrepreneurs, service members, and community leaders. I commend the school board, Megan Wright, Jean Trent, John Thomas, Katie Campbell, and their chairman, Matt Susan, for their incredible work, along with our superintendent, Dr. Mark Rendell. Their leadership and their passion makes this A grade possible. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding group of young leaders in our Space Coast. Recently, I had the privilege of honoring the 2026 Brevard County Medal of Merit recipients, a tradition established by my predecessor, the late Congressman Bill Posey. Each year, local high schools select one graduating senior who exemplifies academic achievement, character, leadership, and service to others. These students had distinguished themselves not just in the classroom, but by setting an example for others in their school. As a former history teacher, I've always believed that education not only opens doors, but is the ultimate civil right and opportunity. These students recognized in this Medal of Merit program represent the best of our public schools and why I am very excited about the future of America. I congratulate this year's recipients and wish them the very best in their future academic endeavors, and I know that they will serve us well. Mr. Speaker, I recognize a very important man in our community, Dennis Wojtowicz of Cocoa, Florida, who is making a real difference on Florida's Space Coast and the health of the Indian River Lagoon system. As the founder of Space Coast Water Sweep, Dennis has dedicated himself to locating and removing derelict crab traps, marine debris that threaten the wildlife and the lagoon. Working under a permit authorized by the Florida Department of Wildlife and Conservation Commission, Dennis and his volunteers help remove these hazards from our waterways. Dennis also created an online tool that allows other citizens to submit photos and solve problems. I thank Dennis and his volunteers at Space Coast Water Sweep for their commitment to preserving the Indian River Lagoon. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight an innovative effort on Florida's Space Coast to improve health of the Indian River Lagoon. The city of Titusville has partnered with local organizations and businesses to pilot a new water treatment technology that uses nanotechnology to improve water quality and also reduce harmful nutrients in our lagoon. The Indian River Lagoon is one of North America's most diverse estuaries. It supports marine wildlife, recreational fishing, tourism, and thousands of local jobs. This project brings together local government, private industry, and community stakeholders to test new solutions that could help restore and preserve this national treasure. From launching astronauts into space to developing new technologies here at home, innovation is part of what we are on the Space Coast. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, make our love increase. In the face of the trials and testing which we inevitably encounter, let our faith enable us to stand firm and united. And may the overflow of our mutual love strengthen us to work toward the common good of our communities and our country. Strengthen our hearts, that we will withstand all that dares to divide and distract us from working together despite our differences. Rather, may our unique gifts and our varied perspectives be used to build up this body in its service both to this nation and to you. May we strive for wholeness and holiness, that we may appear blameless in your presence. In the sure hope of the perfection that is ours when we pray in your name, we offer ourselves to you this day. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Skolton.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of this declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to North Korea that was declared in Executive Order 13466 of June 26, 2008, expanded in scope in Executive Order 13551 of August 30, 2010, addressed further in Executive Order 13570 of April 18, 2011, further expanded in scope in Executive Order 13687 of January 2, 2015, and under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13722 of March 15, 2016, and Executive Order 13810 of September 20, 2017, is to continue in effect beyond June 26, 2026. The existence and risk of the proliferation of weapons, usable fissile material on the Korean Peninsula, the actions and policies of the government of North Korea that destabilize the Korean Peninsula and imperil United States Armed Forces, allies, and trading partners in the region, including its pursuit of nuclear and missile programs and other proactive, destabilizing, and repressive actions and policies of the government of North Korea, continue to constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13466 with respect to North Korea. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, June 22, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the Western Balkans that was declared in Executive Order 13219 of June 26, 2001, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13304 of May 28, 2003, which was expanded in scope in Executive Order 14033 of June 8, 2021, and under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 14140 of January 8, 2025, is to continue in effect beyond June 26, 2026. The acts of extremist violence and obstructionist activity and the situation in the Western Balkans, which stymies progress toward effective and democratic governance and full integration into transatlantic institutions outlined in these executive orders, continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13219 with respect to the Western Balkans. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, June 22, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote on the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on proposed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S629, the Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 629, an act to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural producers in accessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extemporaneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S629, the Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act, introduced by Senator Fisher of Nebraska. The Emergency Conservation Program and the Emergency Forest Restoration Program are 2 critical cost-share programs available to landowners following a natural disaster. Given the natural disasters we've witnessed, including wildfires, hurricanes, and flooding, these programs have remained critically important. Wildfires continue to present significant challenges, especially in the West, due to their increasing intensity and the extensive number of acres burned each year. Forest managers and wildlife experts have predicted that the 2026 will be a particularly challenging fire year. So far this year, we have already witnessed approximately 2.7 million acres burned in over 34,000 fires, and it's only June. Recently, devastating wildfires have occurred in the plains of Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas, instead of just being confined to the forests and mountains of the West. This year, we saw approximately 300,000 acres burn after multiple wildfires ignited in Oklahoma and Kansas this past February. In addition, due to Hurricanes Helen and Milton, we've observed significant needs for emergency assistance resulting from the devastation in southeastern states, including the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Natural disasters have inflicted great damage on private property across the country at no fault of the landowners. Under ECP, landowners can receive both technical and financial assistance for repairs and restoration of land adversely affected by natural disasters, including floods, hurricanes, wildfires, and droughts. Additionally, EFRP provides financial assistance to non-industrial private forestry landowners to support recovery efforts following similar natural disasters. While these programs are critical, participants have reported ongoing issues with payment delays and insufficient upfront assistance to cover the cost of urgent conservation needs. To address this issue, S629 allows for advance payments of up to 75% of the total project cost for both programs, clarifies eligibility for cost-share programs, and allows for a longer period for the use of the ECP payments. In addition, since receiving recommendations from both the Government Accounting Office and the USDA Office of Inspector General, USDA has indicated that the department is taking action to improve the integrity and the administration of ECP. Given the significant challenges that our producers and forestry landowners are facing in the aftermath of recent natural disasters, as well as the increased risk of extreme fire damage this year, it's my hope that we can enhance this program's integrity while also providing timely assistance to those in great need. I support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to vote favorably. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of S629. Keeping food affordable starts with keeping farmers in business. As natural disasters become more frequent and more devastating, bipartisan, bicameral legislation like this is exactly what our agriculture producers need. Hawaii is still recovering from the Kona low storms that tore through our islands this spring, leaving behind damage that communities and producers will be rebuilding for years to come. I've walked farms across our state and seen firsthand the waterlogged fields, crops buried in mud, and equipment totally destroyed beyond repair. Our farmers are resilient, but resilience alone cannot pay the bills after disaster strikes. And Hawaii is far from alone. This year, producers across the country have faced devastating freezes, severe winter storms, flooding, drought, and wildfire. These events are no longer isolated incidents. They are becoming the reality of farming in America. For many producers, the challenge isn't simply recovering from the disaster. It's finding enough cash on hand to begin recovery in the first place. Today, even after USDA approves assistance, farmers are often forced to pay costs up front and wait for reimbursement. For many family farms, that delay can mean the difference between recovery and closure. That's why this legislation matters. Cash is king after a disaster, and flexibility is key. By extending advance payments, this bill helps ensure USDA programs can meet farmers and ranchers where they are at and provide assistance when it makes the greatest difference, not months later, but when recovery work must begin. If this authority had been available following the Kona low storms, eligible producers could have started rebuilding immediately instead of scrambling to find the resources needed to bridge the gap. They could have repaired damaged infrastructure, restored farmland, and returned fields to production sooner. This is practical, common-sense policy that recognizes a simple reality. When disaster strikes, recovery delayed is often recovery denied. But passing legislation is only half the job. The disaster after the disaster would be enacting proactive policies like this while lacking the workforce needed to deliver them. USDA programs are only as effective as the workforce responsible for getting that help to farmers on the ground. Since the start of this administration, the Farm Service Agency workforce has declined by more than 24%, while at least 158 county offices are operating without an FSA employee. We cannot control Mother Nature. We cannot stop the next storm, drought, wildfire, or flood, but we can ensure USDA has the staffing capacity necessary to get assistance out the door quickly and efficiently when producers need it most. Our farmers and ranchers are not asking for a handout. They're asking for a fighting chance to recover, to rebuild, and to continue producing the food, fuel, and fiber our country depends on. Let's give USDA the tools they need to meet this big challenge. I urge my colleagues to support S629, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, and I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I want to thank my colleagues for their strong support of this bipartisan, bicameral legislation. But before we vote, I want to reflect on why this matters. When the Kona low storm swept across Hawaii this spring, they left farms flooded, infrastructure damaged, and producers, as I mentioned, facing months of costly recovery. Many are still working to restore their operations today. And even as that work continued, a 6.0 earthquake struck our island chain just last month, less than a month ago, damaging roads and water systems on Hawaii Island, our state's largest agriculture producer. It's a reminder that disaster doesn't wait for recovery to finish before the next challenge arrives. Whether it's storms, drought, wildfire, or earthquakes, our producers are increasingly operating in a world where disruption is becoming the norm rather than the exception. That's why S629 is so important. This bill recognizes that timing matters. For farmers and ranchers trying to get back on their feet, Access to resources when recovery begins can make all the difference in how quickly they can restore production and keep their operations viable. And while the need is clear, success depends on more than good policy alone. Congress can provide USDA with the right tools, but those tools must be backed by the workforce needed to put them into action. Passing legislation without the capacity to implement helps no one. We cannot prevent every disaster that comes our way, but we can make sure the federal response is faster, more flexible, and better equipped to support the people who grow the food we depend on. I urge my colleagues to strongly support S629, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself my remaining time.
Without objection.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I simply want to thank my colleague for her efforts on this piece of legislation and on the floor today. The challenges that this bill is designed to address are real, and they are not just one particular locality, whether it is Hawaii or various states on the east or west coast or across the country. We need to pass this legislation to make the process work more efficiently. With that, I encourage all my colleagues to vote for this piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 629? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill...
Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, Mr.
Speaker?
For what purpose do you...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
For those who favor, say aye. The yeas and nays are requested. For those in favor for taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise, and remaining until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7396, the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7396, a bill to establish an Office of Native American Affairs within the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7396, the Native American Entrepreneurial Act, introduced by Representative Davids from the great state of Kansas, Representative Elsie from the great state of Texas, Representative Morrison from the great state of Minnesota, and Representative Crane from the great state of Arizona. The bill codifies the Office of Native Americans Affairs within the Small Business Administration. The SBA's entrepreneurial development programs help small businesses start, grow, and compete by providing training, counseling, and access to critical resources. For years, the Office of Native American Affairs has played an important role in delivering these services to Native American entrepreneurs and conducting consultations with tribal communities. Despite its longstanding work, the office has never been formally authorized by Congress. So in addition to codifying the office, this legislation strengthens oversight by requiring an annual report to Congress. The report will detail the office's activities, including the number of clients served, consultations conducted, and training provided. The reporting requirement will improve congressional oversight and help ensure resources and being effectively deployed. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I'm pleased to support H.R. 7396, the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act as amended, which would allow the SBA to codify the Office of Native American Affairs. I commend Ms. Davids, Mr. Elzy, Ms. Morrison, and Mr. Crane for working on this bipartisan legislation. We know that small businesses on tribal reservations face a mix of challenges, ranging from lack of access to capital to inadequate business training. SBA's office has proved to be a valuable resource to Native American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians, supporting approximately 2,000 small businesses every year. Codifying the office will help make sure that small tribal businesses have access to SBA's full range of business development tools, regardless of the administration. Moreover, the assistant administrator will report directly to the administrator, making sure that the voices of tribal communities will be heard throughout SBA. I'm pleased to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 7396 to ensure consistent long-term support and access to resources for Native American entrepreneurs and tribal businesses. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserved. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Maryland for yielding. Starting a small business is never easy, whether it's a family opening a restaurant, a contractor trying to grow their company, an entrepreneur launching a new product. Success takes hard work, access to capital, and the right support. But for many Native entrepreneurs, the barriers can be even higher. A good idea shouldn't have a smaller chance of succeeding simply because it's an Indian country. Too often, Native business owners face challenges that make it harder to get their business off the ground, from limited access to financing and investment, to unreliable broadband service, to long distances that many businesses must travel to reach not just their customers, but their suppliers and the markets. That means great business ideas that could create jobs and strengthen a community might be less likely to get the support and access to those necessary needs to succeed. It is not just a loss for tribal communities. This can be a loss for our entire economy. Native-owned businesses employ more than 300,000 people across the entire country. They create jobs, they drive economic growth, and they help build stronger communities. They deserve the same opportunities to succeed as other small business owners in America. That's why I introduced the Native American Entrepreneurial Opportunity Act. This bipartisan bill strengthens the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Native American Affairs by establishing it in law and ensuring that Native entrepreneurs have a permanent advocate within the SBA, no matter who controls the White House. The bill creates an assistant administrator to lead the office, to coordinate resources, and to help make sure that tribal entrepreneurs can access the lending programs, the business counseling, and the contracting opportunities that already exist within the SBA. And just as importantly, it creates accountability by requiring regular reports to Congress about how these efforts are working in Indian country. This is a practical and bipartisan step that's going to help entrepreneurs start businesses, create jobs, and contribute to their local economies. I want to thank Representatives Jake Elzy, Kelly Morrison, and Eli Crane for partnering with me on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill and to support the entrepreneurs, workers, and communities that it's going to benefit. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Native American-owned businesses are economic engines, generating $86 billion in sales, shipments, and revenues every year, and employing nearly 364,000 people in their communities. The ONAA serves an important role in aiding Native American communities that lack access to federal programs. By helping American Indians, Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians launch, grow, and expand their small businesses, the office strengthens local economies and promotes economic development. This bill will go a long way in empowering Native entrepreneurs and supporting long-term economic growth. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7396, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7396 to strengthen economic opportunity in the Native American communities and provide certainty that this important SBA office will continue its work. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7396 as amended? Those in favor say yay. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7401, the Small Business Lending Fraud Prevention Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 426, H.R. 7401, a bill to require employees of the Small Business Administration to certify that the employee does not have any prohibited conflicts of interest with respect to loans in which the employee is involved and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 7401, the Small Business Lending Fraud Prevention Act, introduced by my friends, Representative Muser from the great state of Pennsylvania and Representative Goodlander from the great state of New Hampshire. Last year, a former SBA loan officer pled guilty to submitting false statements in order to fraudulently secure over $500,000 in pandemic relief loans for herself and family members. When the SBA initially denied the loans, the SBA employee approved them herself. So the SBA Office of Inspector General identified multiple instances in which SBA employees approved loans to relatives or others who were barred from conflict of interest rules and noted that such cases were rarely prosecuted. We must take serious steps to avoid such cases in the future. It should not be possible for fraud like this to occur. This bipartisan legislation offers a common sense solution to add a layer of security to crack down on loan fraud. H.R. 7401 requires SBA employees to certify that they have no conflicts of interest before processing a loan, to disclose any conflicts immediately, and to introduce themselves if recuse themselves if a conflict of interest is discovered. So it's our responsibility to ensure taxpayer funds are handled appropriately. This bill will provide a safeguard against improper loan approvals and establish a clear basis for prosecution if an employee knowingly approves loans prohibited by conflict of interest rules. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7401, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I rise in support of the Small Business Lending Fraud Prevention Act. Let me begin by commending Mr. Muser and Ms. Goodlander for their bipartisan work on this bill, which would enhance SBA's internal processes to further detect fraud. As the chairman mentioned, recently an SBA loan officer pled guilty to making false statements after approving more than $550,000 in fraudulent COVID-19 pandemic loans for herself and for family members. The previous administration identified the wrongdoing, terminated the employee, and referred the case to the Office of Inspector General. This proves that the process worked. However, requiring loan officers to attest that they are not violating any conflict of interest laws or regulations every time they originate, review, or approve a loan is a simple step that further reinforces ethical standards and reminds them that misconduct has consequences. Implementing this practice will help to increase accountability, strengthen compliance, and deter fraud. I'm pleased to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 7401, strengthen integrity in SBA lending programs by requiring employees involved in a loan decision certify they have no prohibited conflicts of interest, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee has played an integral role in conducting oversight of SBA programs, especially the pandemic relief programs. Approximately $1.2 trillion of economic aid was distributed through SBA's pandemic relief programs over the course of the pandemic, providing economic relief to small businesses all over the country. Unfortunately, bad actors took advantage of the programs, and it has become clear that we need to work together to recover fraudulent dollars. The previous administration took strong steps to root out fraud and put internal controls in place to prevent it, and the Inspector General has been working diligently to uncover fraudulent schemes. The bottom line is that the current process worked. The bad actor at the SBA was identified, investigated, and prosecuted. But moving forward, SBA employees being required to certify there is no conflict of interest before approving a loan provides an extra layer of security and to help deter fraud. Once again, I applaud Ms. Goodlander and Mr. Muser for working together on this bill that enhances conflict of interest laws at SBA and provides even more accountability. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7401 to support transparency, accountability, and public confidence in the administration of SBA loans. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7401? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule. For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas recognized?
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 826, the COVID Fraud Transparency Act of 2025, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 826, a bill to require the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration to submit a quarterly report on fraud related to certain COVID-19 loans.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 826, the COVID Fraud Transparency Act of 2025. Earlier this year, I introduced this bill alongside my good friends, Representative Latimer from the great state of New York, Representative Bean from the great state of Florida, and Representative Mafumi from the great state of Maryland. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we moved quickly to provide relief to families, workers, and small businesses facing unprecedented hardship. But when the government acts at that scale and speed, we also have a responsibility to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent as intended, especially for honest, hardworking Americans. And unfortunately, we fell short in addressing that challenge. The SBA Office of Inspector General estimates that roughly $200 billion in potentially fraudulent relief funds were dispersed through COVID-19 relief programs. Over 5 years after the pandemic began, the work of accountability is not finished. The American people deserve to know how the fraud occurred and what lessons can be learned to better protect public resources in the future. On March 16th, President Trump announced the White House Task Force and Eliminate Fraud to strengthen interagency coordination and more directly confront waste, fraud, and abuse. Since its formation, the task force has helped coordinate interagency efforts to identify improper payments, improve oversight, and advise in investigations into COVID-19 era-related fraud. That's what it means to be accountable to the American people. By improving reporting requirements and enhancing oversight, we can gain a clearer understanding of the schemes of these bad actors that exploited these relief programs. So more importantly, we will be able to identify the weakness that made them possible. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 826, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the COVID Fraud Transparency Act of 2026 as amended, and I applaud Chairman Williams and Representative Lattimore for their efforts to increase reporting on COVID fraud. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Small Business Administration stepped in and served as a critical lifeline to small businesses. The SBA distributed more than $1.2 trillion of economic aid and executed 14 years of lending in 14 days, keeping millions of businesses afloat. I had the opportunity to see the impact of that lending firsthand as I was serving as Baltimore County Executive prior to my time joining Congress. However, in an effort to disperse funds quickly, we know the SBA also weakened or eliminated internal controls, which allowed fraudsters to exploit those weaknesses and steal billions of dollars from the American taxpayers. Better oversight begins with better information, and the legislation we consider here today will provide the committee with the data it needs to conduct better oversight. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 826, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 826 to require the SBA Inspector General to provide regular reports on fraud involving COVID-19 relief loans and to improve oversight and transparency of pandemic-era programs. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close by underscoring that the single most effective tool for combating fraud is fully funding the Office of the SBA Inspector General. I support this bill because it will enhance accountability, but we cannot overlook the fact that it is one part of a broader solution. We must continue to strengthen oversight, improve data quality, and ensure that the IG has the resources it needs to detect and prevent fraud before it occurs. I look forward to working with my colleagues to do exactly that. I thank the chairman again for bringing this bill forward. I lend my support to H.R. 826, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 826 because taxpayers deserve accountability, and Congress should have a clear, ongoing information about efforts to combat COVID relief fraud. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 826 as amended? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 915, the Small Business Technological Act of 2025, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 915, a bill to authorize small business loans to finance access to modern business software and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 915, the Small Business Technological Advancement Act, introduced by my friends Representative Alford from the great state of Missouri and Representative Lee from the great state of Nevada. Small businesses thrive when they stay ahead of the curve. H.R. 915 provides an important clarification and removes any ambiguity to ensure that small business can use SBA 7A loans to purchase and upgrade technological systems and business software, including those that utilize artificial intelligence to support their daily operations. Technology is deeply ingrained in the day-to-day operations of small businesses. There are countless invaluable applications for technology in a small business, from the tracking inventory to payment processing and from human resources to accounting. And if an American small business wants to stay competitive in the global economy, it must stay on the cutting edge of technological development and application. With this clarification, small business will be able to continue exploring innovative technologies and tools for the future. This forward-thinking bill will ensure that the SBA 7A program will keep American entrepreneurs competitive with their international counterparts. Once again, I thank Representatives Alford and Lee for introducing the timely legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote on the support of H.R. 915. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 915, the Small Business Technological Act of 2025. Small businesses are increasingly using digital tools to support their day-to-day work. The use of these tools has only accelerated since the COVID-19 pandemic and has produced many positive outcomes. Digital tools have been shown to improve small business job creation, revenue growth, and forecasting certainty. Small businesses have reported that the largest barrier to these innovative tools is the cost. It's important that the SBA support businesses in addressing this challenge so that they can continue adopting the digital tools they need to work efficiently, support commerce, and to create jobs in communities across the country. The SBA's flagship 7A loan program provides small businesses with working capital that can be used to finance the purchase of digital tools. Last June, the SBA further clarified that 7A loans could be used to finance business software or cloud computing services. However, some businesses have still reported uncertainty about using 7A loans for these purposes. This bill eliminates that confusion and ensures consistency across administrations by confirming in statute that 7A loans can be used to finance digital tools. Hopefully, codifying this provision will lead to clarity and an increased uptake of digital tools in small businesses. I want to thank Representatives Alford, Lee, and McGarvey for their collaboration on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the friend and gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Williams, for your stalwart leadership on this committee, for bills that we're very passionate about for Main Street America. And to my good friend, Representative Olszewski, good to see you, and thank you for your support of this bill as well. I rise today in support of passing our Small Business Technological Advancement Act through the House. Small businesses are the backbone of America. They're the backbone of our economy. They create jobs, they strengthen communities, and they drive innovation across our great country. But in today's economy, Mr. Speaker, no small business can compete effectively without access to modern technology. Cloud-based accounting systems, payroll platforms, cybersecurity tools, inventory management software, and emerging artificial intelligence applications, they're not optional any longer. If you're going to succeed in small business, they are essential for operating and growing a business. Yet, under SBA's 7A loan program, there has been unnecessary uncertainty about whether these investments qualify as eligible business expenses. And that confusion has slowed access to capital and really made it tougher for our entrepreneurs to operate and to modernize. This bill resolves that uncertainty. It ensures that those loans can be used for technology small businesses rely on today, including software, cloud computing services, and other digital tools that improve efficiency and competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I'm into common sense solutions for America, and this is one of those. This is a simple, common sense fix. It doesn't create any new programs. It doesn't expand the scope of federal lending. It simply provides clarity so that lenders and small business owners can move forward with confidence. If we want Main Street to compete in a modern digital economy, our laws must reflect that reality. And that's why I urge my colleagues to vote yes for the Small Business Technological Advancement Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the 7A program provided more than 78,000 loans to small businesses worth more than $37.2 billion. Thus far in 2026, the program has originated more than 38,000 loans worth more than $20.3 billion, with an average loan size of approximately $533,000. As I mentioned earlier, small businesses have been able to utilize 7A loans to finance digital tools, including software and cloud computing services. The SBA further clarified that position last June. Yet, some businesses have still reported uncertainty about using 7A loans for these purposes, so we support this legislation as it will codify that clarification and end any confusion once and for all by making clear that these loans can indeed be used to finance digital tools. I again thank Representatives Alford and McGarvey for leading on this bipartisan effort, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 915 because access to technologies increases efficiency, productivity, and will help small businesses remain competitive in an increasingly digital marketplace. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 915 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
What purpose is the gentleman from Texas recognized?
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4238, the Disaster Loan Accountability and Reform Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4238, a bill to improve accountability and the disaster loan program of the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4238, the Disaster Loan Accountability and Reform Act, introduced by Representative Moore from the great state of North Carolina. Disaster survivors should not have to wonder whether relief will arrive in time. Instead, they should be able to trust that the program designed to help them recover are prepared to meet the moment. The SBA's disaster loan program serves as a critical lifeline for families, homeowners, and small businesses recovering from natural disasters. Communities hit by hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and other emergencies use these loans to rebuild their homes, restore their livelihoods, and get themselves back on their feet. That is why it is so concerning that during the 2024 hurricane season, the SBA disaster loan program exhausted its funding and was forced to pause new loan disbursements while communities were actively recovering from hurricanes Helene and Milton. The disruption highlighted serious concerns about the program's budgeting, oversight, and communication processes. It is a sobering thought to know that at a time when thousands of vulnerable Americans were seeking assistance, the program was unable to provide the support they needed. Americans who have already survived a disaster should not face additional uncertainty because of preventable administrative failures. This legislation will ensure that the SBA's disaster relief programs will be backed by strong oversight, transparent budgeting, and timely communication with Congress. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 4238.
Reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SBA loans provide long-term, low-interest capital to homeowners, renters, entrepreneurs, and nonprofits after declared disasters, playing a critical role in federal disaster response and recovery. In 2024, several major hurricanes made landfall in the U.S., crippling not only our communities, but SBA's disaster loan fund as well. On October 15, 2024, the agency announced its disaster loan funds had been exhausted, and it couldn't approve or disperse new loans until Congress appropriated extra money, delaying much-needed relief to the affected areas. Ultimately, this failure was caused by a lack of communication from the SBA to Congress. They failed to submit required reports on the disaster program, and they didn't give Congress enough notice to replenish the funds. That's why the Disaster Loan Accountability Reform Act, or DLARA, is necessary. This bill would expand SBA disaster loan notice and reporting requirements, create specific budget line items for disaster loans, and direct the U.S. Government Accountability Office to study how previous rulemaking has impacted the speed of disaster loan disbursement. I commend Representatives Davis and Moore of North Carolina, as well as Ms. Goodlander, Ms. King-Hines, and Mr. Muser for working together on this critical issue, and I urge members to support this bill as amended. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from the great state of North Carolina, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to start off with thanking my colleague on the other side of the aisle for the support on this. It's great when we can do the bipartisan things, particularly on such subject matter. You know, I rise today in support of my bill, the Disaster Loan Accountability and Reform Act. When Hurricane Helene struck western North Carolina and so many other states, small businesses were on the front lines of recovery. They stepped up to serve their communities and support their neighbors. They led, in a lot of ways, the response when it was needed most. When disaster hits, speed matters. Delays can determine whether businesses reopen or whether homes are repaired. The longer it takes for a community to rebuild, the greater the strain on the local economy. That's why the Small Business Administration's Disaster Loan Program is so important. It provides low-interest, long-term loans that help homeowners and businesses recover, rebuild, and get back on their feet. Unfortunately, a few years ago, the SBA failed to notify Congress that the disaster loan account was running dangerously low on funds. So what happened? The program experienced a 66-day funding shortfall. And what that did, Mr. Speaker, was that left homeowners and small businesses unable to access critical disaster assistance when they needed it most. Hurricane Helene exposed the serious weakness in oversight and the management of this account. We should learn from these failures rather than allowing them to be repeated. That's why I did introduce this bill. It strengthens the oversight, it increases the transparency, and also puts in place even better financial safeguards within the Small Business Administration's disaster loan program. These reforms are going to help ensure that Congress receives timely information, that resources are managed responsibly, and that disaster assistance remains available when Americans need it, not after it's too late. Homeowners and small businesses cannot afford delays after a disaster. This ensures that the federal government is better prepared to respond quickly, effectively, and responsibly when disaster strikes. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. DLARA would make numerous bipartisan reforms to the SBA disaster lending program, like expanded notice and reporting requirements, separate budget line items, and professional evaluations of the program's administration in light of recent rule changes. This bill will go a long way to ensure that the disaster loan account does not run out of funds again and that disaster victims receive assistance in a timely manner. I urge all members to support the bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 4238 to strengthen oversight of the SBA disaster loan program. I yield back my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4238 as amended? All those in favor say yea. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8879, the Oversight and Transparency for Small Business Certifications Act of 2026.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8879, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a report on small business concern participation in a covered contracting programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8879, the Oversight and Transparency for Small Business Certifications Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Olszewski from the great state of Maryland and Representative Weed from the great state of Wisconsin. As the Trump administration continues its focus on government efficiency and eliminating fraud within federal programs, Congress needs the information necessary to determine where these programs are succeeding and where they need improvement. SBA's small business contracting programs help connect eligible small businesses with federal contracting opportunities, and programs such as the Women-Owned Small Business Program, the HUBZ's program, and the Service Disabled Veterans-Owned Small Business Program help ensure that small businesses can compete for federal contracts and grow their businesses. To effectively oversee these programs, Congress must have access to reliable data on how the certification process is performing, and H.R. 8879 requires the SBA to submit annual reports to Congress on certification activities across the agency's small business contracting programs. The bill requires reporting on certifications, granted and denied, applications processing times, participation rates, recertification timelines, and the use of the SBA certification platform. This information will provide greater transparency into program operations, strengthen congressional oversight, and help ensure that these programs continue to serve eligible small businesses efficiently and effectively. So by improving accountability and providing Congress with better information, this legislation will help protect taxpayer resources while supporting small businesses seeking to compete in the federal marketplace. So with that, I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 8879. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Congress's ability to conduct effective oversight depends on regular access to information on the programs and authorities that SBA uses to assist small businesses. The committee has repeatedly experienced issues with SBA responses and reporting on the small business procurement programs, including the WOSB certifications, the 8A Business Development Program, and the Unified Certification Platform. Currently, the SBA is not providing needed information, including regular reports and basic data on contracting certifications that has been routinely provided in the past. This bill would help to ensure that we have consistent information and a more complete picture on one of the SBA's core missions, certifying small business federal contractors. Small business government contractors already face barriers entering and competing in the federal market. An SBA certification should not be an additional burden. I want to thank the chairman for his support, and I want to thank Representative Weed for his co-leading on this bill. And I urge all members to support my bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must pass H.R. 8879 to increase transparency in federal small business contracting programs by requiring SBA to report on participation in its certification programs so Congress can better evaluate their effectiveness. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are critical partners with the federal government. They provide goods and services to support agency mission needs, and they make up critical links throughout the supply chain. Passing this legislation will ensure the committee has timely information on the applications, certifications, and platforms that allow small firms to enter and have success in the federal market. I urge all members to vote yes on my bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlemen having closed, and gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 8879 to ensure small business contracting programs are working as they are intended. With that, I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8879? Those in favor say yea. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8880, the Small Business Cybersecurity Assistance Evaluation Act of 2026, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8880, a bill to require the Comptroller General to evaluate federal cybersecurity assistance to small business concerns and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8880, the Small Business Cybersecurity Assistance Evaluation Act of 2026, introduced by my friends Representative Simon from the great state of California, Representative Bresnahan from the great state of Pennsylvania. Small businesses are facing a growing wave of cybersecurity threats from the ransomware attacks, phishing scams, and fraud scams and schemes. And unfortunately, many small businesses lack the financial resources and technological expertise necessary to defend themselves against increasingly sophisticated crimes. Data indicates that small businesses are 210% more likely to experience a cyber incident than larger companies, and at the same time, 51% of small businesses are reported having no cybersecurity measures in place, leaving them particularly vulnerable for malicious cyber activity. As artificial intelligence becomes more and more prevalent, threat actors and increasingly using AI-generated content and impersonation schemes to target small business owners and their employees. These developments raise questions about the extent to which existing cybersecurity resources and federal support adequately address the evolving risks small businesses face. So while the federal government currently offers a variety of cybersecurity programs, tools, and resources, and even services to assist small business, it is often unclear whether business owners are aware of the resources available, whether they are utilizing them, and whether gaps exist in its current federal efforts. So H.R. 8880 takes a practical approach. This bill directs GAO to evaluate how federal agencies help small businesses identify cybersecurity risks and vulnerabilities, assess preparedness for small businesses, have a plan for recovery from cyber attacks, and access resources needed to strengthen their cybersecurity infrastructure. This legislation also directs the GAO to assist the awareness, coordination, accessibility, and effectiveness of existing federal cybersecurity assistance programs and identify opportunities for improvement. By examining what works and what needs additional attention, Congress can better ensure that resources reach the small businesses it serves. As cyber threats continue to evolve, small businesses need to access the effective tools, training, and resources to protect their operations, their employees, and customers. The legislation will provide Congress with valuable information to strengthen cybersecurity assistance and help ensure Main Street businesses are better prepared for the challenges of the digital age. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 8880, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support H.R. 8880, the Small Business Cybersecurity Assistance Evaluation Act of 2026, as amended. Since the COVID pandemic, firms of all sizes have increasingly adopted technology. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, 99% of small businesses use at least one tech platform, with 58% using at least 4, but only a quarter use cybersecurity tools. This gap creates glaring weaknesses in Main Street America's cyber posture, weaknesses that cyber criminals are all too willing to exploit, to steal funds, proprietary information, and other critical assets. While various federal agencies provide cyber resources, their collective impact needs improvement. The SBA is uniquely equipped with the small business outreach experience and network to help entrepreneurs with these technical matters, leveraging other agencies' expertise. H.R. 8880 would direct the U.S. Government Accountability Office to report on the state of federal small business cybersecurity resources and make recommendations to optimize their impact and use by small businesses. I thank my colleagues, Ms. Simon, Mr. Bresnahan, and Ranking Member Velasquez for bringing this bill to the floor today. I urge members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Simon.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bipartisan legislation, the Small Business Cybersecurity Assistance Evaluation Act. Much has been said, but this bill would direct the GAO to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the cybersecurity threats facing our small businesses. It would ensure that Congress has the best data available to protect our small businesses from cyber attacks. Now, we know that small businesses in this country, they drive innovation, they create jobs, and support our communities in every single corner in all 50 states. In my district alone, there are 16,000 small businesses, and we know, as it was said earlier, that approximately 99% of small businesses use at least one technology platform, and at the same time, cyber threats are becoming more and more sophisticated by the day. Many small business owners do not have dedicated cybersecurity staff or the resources to protect themselves. A single cybersecurity attack could mean the difference between survival and failure for our mom and pop businesses residing on our main streets. I am grateful, very grateful to Congressman Bresnahan for partnering with me to introduce this very important legislation. And I thank Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their continued leadership on behalf of Americans' small business. I urge all my colleagues to support this very important legislation, and I yield back. Thank you, Johnny.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 8880 to help identify gaps, improve coordination, ensure those resources effectively address cyber threats facing a small business. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as the man who's always on time as he may consume to the gentleman from my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Small Business Cybersecurity Assistance Evaluation Act, which I was proud to introduce with Representative Simon. This bipartisan bill makes sure that federal resources designed to help small businesses bolster their cybersecurity defenses are working as intended and identifies where they're falling short. Small businesses are 210% more likely to experience cyber incidents compared to larger companies, yet many lack the resources and expertise necessary to defend against these threats. As cyber incidents become more common, it's very clear Congress can no longer afford to overlook this growing issue. By finding these gaps in current programs, this bill will help ensure our small businesses have better access to the tools, training, and resources they need to strengthen their defenses against cyber attacks. As these threats continue to evolve, our support system for America's small businesses must evolve as well. I urge my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8880 puts us on a path to meaningful reforms in federal small business cybersecurity assistance. I commend Ms. Simon and Mr. Bresnahan for their dedication to Main Street cybersecurity and urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 8880 to help strengthen cybersecurity support of small businesses and ensure federal resources are being used effectively to protect from growing cyber risks. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8880 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8881, the SBA Artificial Intelligence Utilization Act of 2026.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8881, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to report on the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning by the administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8881, the SBA Artificial Intelligence Utilization Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Finstead from the great state of Minnesota and Representative Latimer from the great state of New York. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming how businesses operate. Across this great country, companies are using AI as a machine learning technologies to improve customer service, detect fraud, streamline operations, and process information more effectively. As these technologies continue to develop, federal agencies should evaluate how to responsibility leverage them to better serve the American people. The Small Business Administration plays a critical role in supporting entrepreneurs and job creators across this nation. And as the agency works to improve service delivery, strengthen program integrity, and modernize its operations, Congress should have visibility into how emerging technologies are being used. So H.R. 8881 requires the SBA to submit annual reports to Congress regarding the agency's use of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. The bill requires the SBA to evaluate both the benefits and risk associated with these technologies, identify appropriate uses for AI tools, and explain how the agency maintains human involvement and oversight in its decisions assisted by AI. As the federal government works to prevent fraud and protect taxpayer dollars, AI tools can keep the SBA better identifying suspicious activity, detect improper payments, improve customer service, and strengthen oversight of agency programs. And at the same time, Congress must ensure that these technologies are deployed responsibly and transparently. So by providing regular information to the SBA use of artificial intelligence, this legislation will help promote a more efficient and accountable government while ensuring that innovation is paired with appropriate oversight and human judgment. So I urge my colleagues to all support H.R. 8881. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the prospect of AI in government brings forth a deluge of feelings for many policymakers, myself being no exception. On the one hand, AI can be exciting because it can revolutionize the way we do business. But on the other, AI can be frightening because of the ways in which it can harm everyday Americans. In 2023, the City of New York launched a first-of-its-kind AI chatbot for small businesses, meant to answer questions about running small firms, city small business services, and regulatory compliance. In response, the committee sent a letter to the White House Office of Budget and Management, urging them to incorporate various common-sense guardrails if and when AI for small business services came into use at the federal level. As it turns out, our concerns about the city's chatbot were well-founded. A news expose found that the chatbot was consistently using urging users to break the law. The mayor later closed it as part of a broader cost-cutting effort, calling it, quote, unusable. That's why our committee is hard at work holding the SBA to account for the ways in which it is and isn't using AI, no matter who's in the White House. H.R. 8881 would direct the SBA to report annually on its AI use, the benefits and risks of AI to its work, and effective AI risk management measures. I want to thank Mr. Finstad and Mr. Latimer for their leadership in this area. I urge all members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman and friend from Minnesota, Mr. Finstad.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Williams, for yielding. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8881, the SBA Artificial Intelligence Utilization Act. In a time when artificial intelligence and machine learning continues to become more accessible and revolutionize the way businesses operate, it's important to ensure our federal agencies adopt AI responsibly, especially in the SBA. This legislation requires the Small Business Administration to report its use of AI and machine learning within their operations, while also assessing the advantages and risks. This legislation also gives SBA the opportunity to assess the appropriateness, effectiveness, and value of using these technologies. AI could be a useful tool for the SBA to process information and ease its implementation, but it also raises questions about transparency, oversight, and risks. This does not mandate the use of AI or prohibit innovation in our Small Business Administration, but instead it ensures common sense congressional oversight into how these tools are being used. Congress has the responsibility to ensure federal agencies are using this ever-changing technology transparently, responsibly, and effectively, and my bill ensures just that. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8881 is a common-sense measure promoting transparency and the SBA's use of AI, an emerging tech with far-reaching ramifications. I commend Mr. Finstad and Mr. Latimer for working together to move this bill forward, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 8881 to help modernize the SBA and ensure the agency can better serve America's small business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8881? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8882, the Main Street Competes Act.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8882, a bill to amend the Small Business Economic Policy Act of 1980 to examine how the competitiveness of small businesses is affected by the enforcement of federal antitrust laws and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8882, the Main Street Competes Act, introduced by my good friend Representative Skolton from the great state of Michigan and Representative Schmidt from the great state of Kansas. Competition is fundamental in the free market and especially in this economy. Without robust competition, businesses have little incentive to innovate, weakening the U.S. economy. If competition is weak, innovation and the U.S. economy suffer. H.R. 882, the Main Street Americas Act, reinforces the SBA's mission to preserve free and fair competition and strengthen the American economy. This bill requires the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission to share data with SBA Office of Advocacy regarding antitrust complaints, investigations, and enforcement actions involving small businesses. The bill further directs the Office of Advocacy to analyze these funds or trends and provide recommendations to Congress on how to improve competition and across harmful anti-competitive conduct impacting small businesses. This is a targeted, data-driven approach to better understand competitive pressures in the marketplace and to assess whether existing antitrust enforcement is effectively protecting small businesses. Importantly, this legislation does not create new regulatory burdens or expand federal authority. By improving transparency and strengthening oversight, this bill ensures policymakers have the information needed to support a competitive marketplace here while Main Street businesses can grow, compete, and succeed. So I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 882. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Main Street America is a critical part of our economy, and its success hinges on a competitive marketplace. Unfortunately, the competitive landscape that small firms rely on has been eroded for decades as large companies have absorbed significant market share across many industries. 75% of industries have seen increasing concentration since the mid-1990s, and today the average firm is roughly 3 times larger than it was 20 years ago. That's why we have federal antitrust laws, to prevent monopolies and corporate collusion and to protect small businesses' ability to compete. But in recent decades, their enforcement has been limited, contributing to the continued consolidation in our economy. Luckily, small businesses have a voice in the federal government, the SBA's Independent Office of Advocacy. Its primary function by law includes, quote, recommending specific measures for creating an environment in which all businesses will have the opportunity to compete effectively and expand to their full potential, end quote. Advocacy is uniquely situated to work with antitrust enforcement entities like the Federal Trade Commission and the Justice Department. That's why the Main Street Competes Act was introduced. It directs advocacy to assess the FTC and DOJ's antitrust work and produce an annual report on the competitive landscape for small businesses. I thank and commend my colleague Ms. Skolton, Mr. Schmidt, Ranking Member Velasquez, and Chairman Williams for working on this bill and making sure that we take action on market consolidation. I urge all members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman, my good friend from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for bringing this bill forward and for his leadership, and also my colleague from Michigan. It's been a pleasure to work with her on this bipartisan, common sense piece of legislation. I want to add my voice, Mr. Speaker, to those advocating in support of the Main Street Competes Act. Our bill addresses the concerns that small businesses have limited visibility into how federal antitrust enforcement efforts may affect their ability to compete. While large mergers and anti-competitive practices can disadvantage small firms, there is currently no consistent government-wide assessment of how enforcement actions by the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission may affect small business competitiveness or how such agencies respond to small business complaints. To address this gap, the Main Street Competes Act requires regular reporting and analysis of antitrust enforcement related to small businesses. It directs the 2 enforcement agencies to submit those biennial reports, as has been mentioned, to the SBA Office of Advocacy, detailing their antitrust work, and that office in turn is positioned to take that information, take that data, and report and recommend to Congress steps that may be prudent for our consideration in increasing the competitiveness of small businesses in the marketplace. By better understanding how antitrust enforcement affects small businesses, Congress can make more informed policy decisions to promote competition, prevent harmful market consolidation, and ensure small businesses have a fair opportunity to grow. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, a free market economy requires that players compete in good faith and have an opportunity to be at the table when the competition occurs. Small businesses are where ideas come from. They are the lifeblood of our communities. This bill makes sure that policymakers and antitrust enforcers are taking those facts into consideration. I appreciate the work to make this happen. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from the great state of Michigan, Ms. Skolton.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our ranking member. And I want to say a special thanks to my good friend, Mr. Chairman Williams, for his assistance getting this bill to the floor. It means so much to me. Well, as an attorney, I have to say this might be one of the easiest debates I've ever participated in. I think we're all in agreement that this is an essential bill for this moment in America. Small businesses are the foundation of our economy, but too often they are left to compete against a handful of large corporations, a real David and Goliath situation. Our nation's antitrust laws exist for the purpose of helping to level the playing field, not giving anyone a special step up, but just level the playing field for our entrepreneurs. But as costs continue to rise and practices like predatory pricing threaten businesses across industries, it's clear that we have to do more to keep markets fair and competitive. When industry consolidation goes too far, innovation is stifled, and small businesses struggle to compete. The truth is, we all end up paying the price for unfair monopolistic conduct, and it's time for Congress to act. This is the job the people have entrusted us with. My bill would direct the Small Business Administration's Office of Advocacy to work with the FTC and the DOJ to examine the gaps in our antitrust laws. We can't fix a problem that we don't understand, and this bill will help us ensure that we have the information we need to boost competition in every industry. To that end, I have a letter of support that I'd like to submit for the record. At the desk. As the voice for Main Street in our federal government, the Office of Advocacy is uniquely equipped to bring small businesses to the forefront of antitrust issues. My bill will ensure that the Office of Advocacy is in lockstep with our nation's top antitrust enforcement agencies, enhancing collaboration and bringing a unified response to monopolistic practices. It will also require the Office of Advocacy to submit a report to Congress detailing antitrust violations reported by small businesses, so the people, through their representatives, can have ready access to this information as well. If we want to build an economy that creates opportunity for everyone, we need Main Street at the table, and my bill will do just that. I want to thank my colleague from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, again for working with me on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, we must pass H.R. 882 to help ensure small businesses remain competitive. This legislation will help us identify barriers, growth, and ways to improve access. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Representative Mejia.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8882, the Main Streets Competes Act. New Jersey's 11th Congressional District is a vibrant community, in great part because of our thriving main streets. As I engage my constituents across New Jersey's 11th, I spend a lot of time talking to entrepreneurs, family-owned businesses, and local employers. Whether it's a manufacturer in Fairfield, a restaurant owner in Morristown, or a retailer trying to keep their doors open on Main Street, I hear the same thing over and over again. They don't want special treatment, they just want a fair shot. Unfortunately, that is not always the reality. Too often, small businesses find themselves competing against companies with enormous market power and deep pockets. When anti-competitive behavior goes unchecked, it's the mom and pop businesses who pay the price. Small businesses face higher costs, fewer opportunities, and an increasingly uneven playing field. That is why this bill matters. The Main Streets Competes Act strengthens coordination between the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice, and the Small Business Administration's Office of Advocacy to ensure small business concerns don't get lost in the shuffle. This legislation gives Congress a clearer picture of how anti-competitive practices are affecting small businesses and helps make sure that the voices of entrepreneurs are actually being heard. And frankly, this is long overdue. Small businesses are responsible for nearly half of the private sector jobs in this country, and yet often our policy discussions are dominated by the biggest players. At a time when business owners are already navigating rising costs, workforce shortages, and economic uncertainty, the last thing they need is a marketplace rigged against them. This act is a practical, bipartisan bill that makes our government work better for the people who take the risk of opening a business, hiring workers, and investing in their communities, like the incredible businesses in New Jersey's 11th Congressional District. So again, I speak on behalf of small business owners across New Jersey, across my district, and I also urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8882, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Main Street Competes Act would direct the SBA's Office of Advocacy to evaluate the Federal Trade Commission and Justice Department's effort to protect small businesses from unfair, anti-competitive practices and to report annually on the state of the competitive landscape. I'm proud to support this bill, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 8882 because it promotes a stronger, more competitive environment for Main Street America and its businesses to succeed and create jobs. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8882? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes. Senate amendment to House amendment to Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Speaker, I thank you, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. America is facing a housing supply shortage that's been years in the making. For too many of our families, the consequences are felt every day through higher home prices, rising rents, and fewer opportunities to achieve home ownership. Over the last several months, I've worked with our colleagues in both the House and Senate and on both sides of the political aisle to advance practical legislation that addresses this pressing challenge for our American families. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act represents one of the most significant bipartisan housing reforms in recent memory, bringing together common sense policies to expand housing opportunities and improve affordability for our families. Mr. Speaker, it cuts unnecessary barriers to new home construction. It modernizes federal housing programs. It streamlines development processes and helps create the conditions necessary to build more homes and increase housing supply. The bill also strengthens the roles of our Main Street community lenders by modernizing outdated banking regulations and allowing banks to more effectively deploy capital in the communities that they serve. These reforms will help community banks focus on what they do best, providing loans to families seeking to purchase a home and financing the construction of new housing. Importantly, the Senate adopted several key House priorities, including House language that limits institutional investors from outcompeting with American families looking to buy a home. At a time when too many of our families are struggling to purchase a home, this provision helps ensure that American families have a fair opportunity to achieve that American dream of home ownership. Importantly, the House worked with the Senate to ensure that feedback was incorporated to other provisions added in the Senate amendment. These provisions were the VALID Act by my great friend in the Senate across the Capitol, Arkansas Senior Senator John Bozeman, edits from Ranking Member Waters on the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, and Senator Kennedy's groundbreaking initiative on the Build Now Act, and importantly, sunsets to the programs offered by the Senate CDBG-DR, Central Community Development Block Grant Program for Disaster Recovery, and the PRICE Act. We focused on improving HUD accountability to benefit both our residents in our districts and taxpayers. This final product advances practical, bipartisan, and bicameral solutions to modernize federal housing programs, reduce regulatory burdens, streamline the development process, and help build more homes to meet that growing demand and keep the American dream within reach. This bicameral, bipartisan bill before us today reflects the ideas from both chambers and demonstrates what can be accomplished when Congress focuses on solving problems for the American people. This, Mr. Speaker, is Congress working at its best, tackling the challenges of the American people, offering solutions, and have those enacted into law. I'm proud to support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6644, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, sponsored by Chairman Hill and myself. This bill represents the most significant housing reform package in decades and will finally get America back on track to building affordable housing. Our bill includes dozens of bipartisan provisions to build new housing, lower mortgage and rental costs, expand home ownership, and modernize federal housing programs, prioritize home buyers and renters over corporate landlords, and support community bankers that finance affordable housing development and mortgages each day. This final bill marks the culmination of numerous hearings, markups, votes, creative input from committee Democrats, and tough negotiations across both the aisle and the Capitol. This bill speaks to the real change that our constituents have been demanding, where everyone can afford a dignified place to call home, where tenants are protected and working Americans can finally get ahead. As a reminder of who we are trying to help and what is at stake, let's review the facts. The average cost of a single-family home has skyrocketed, and wages have not kept pace. The median age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. Rents have soared by nearly 47% since before the pandemic. Not surprisingly, 42 million American households are cost-burdened, and most shamefully, 800,000 people experience homelessness on any given night. Our country must do better, and today we will do better by passing H.R. 6644. I've said since day one that housing must be a national priority. That is why I thank Chairman Hill for his partnership. This will be the third time this Congress has passed housing reform legislation, and each time the bill has gotten better and better. I also wish and want to commend Housing and Insurance Subcommittee Ranking Member Emanuel Cleaver, Chairman Flood, along with our committee Democrats and Senators Warren and Scott, for coming together on this historic, bipartisan, and bicameral bill. By working together, we will deliver a stronger, more impactful legislative package to be signed into law, one with more practical solutions and affordable housing opportunities for American families than before. This comprehensive package incorporates over 50 housing and banking provisions championed by House Democrats and will lay the groundwork for the development of new affordable homes all across America and create new pathways to home ownership. The bill will reduce unnecessary barriers to housing development, expand financing for housing and community investment, and support the development of innovative housing like modular homes and necessary dwelling units. It creates databases for available, publicly owned hands so communities know where they can build. The bill provides a range of new protections for renters, including a hotline to file complaints with HUD and corporate landlords. The bill increases access to smaller dollar mortgages under $100,000. And the bill finally codifies the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, which will help expedite flexible funding to communities seeking to rebuild homes after major disasters like hurricanes and wildfires. H.R. 6644 also supports thousands of community lenders, including community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions, so they can more affordably finance home buyers and housing developers. Importantly, this bill includes the House language to responsibly rein in corporate landlords by banning large institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes, but without halting construction of new rental housing or evicting families in the middle of a housing crisis. And tenants will have a national resource center to file grievances about corporate landlords, to which HUD will respond, and large institutional investors will be publicly named in an annual report along with the number and location of their properties. I'm very proud of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to join me in this first step to finally addressing our nation's affordable housing crisis. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, who's the chair of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee and has been the leader on building consensus on this bill.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking our chairman, French Hill, who has shouldered the burden of helping us get this through Congress, together with our ranking member Waters, my colleague, Manuel Cleaver from Kansas City, myself, and all the staff that have made this happen. At this hour, across our land, the mayor of San Diego is celebrating. So is the executive director of the Huntsville, Alabama Habitat for Humanity, the mayor of Columbus, Ohio, and plenty of folks in Nebraska and everywhere in between, because what we have here is a comprehensive, bicameral, bipartisan solution. When I started in this role in the subcommittee, I knew this was the #1 issue in my district. Housing supply is not keeping up with demand. Tara Vasicek from Columbus, their city administrator, 25,000 people in Platte County, Nebraska. She testified in our first Housing and Insurance Subcommittee hearing that the lack of affordable housing directly impacts economic growth, workforce attraction, and retention. The mayor of the largest city in my district, Mayor Larian Gaylor Baird, 300,000 people strong, believes so strongly in the need for affordable housing and supply that she set an ambitious goal of 5,000 units by the end of this decade. As we wrote this bill, we thought about them and everybody else, and Mr. Cleaver and I welcomed literally hundreds of suggestions from across the country, and they weren't blue ideas or red ideas. We have a lot more in common than we have opposite. I want to read you something from Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. This is from number 70. This really talks about the process. Now, mind you, we had Republicans and Democrats united in the House, working with Republicans and Democrats, a different version in the Senate. Alexander Hamilton writes, quote, "In the legislature, promptitude of decision is oftener an evil than a benefit. The differences of opinion and the jarrings of parties in that department of the government, though they may sometimes obstruct salutary plans, yet often promote deliberation and circumspection and serve to check excesses in the majority." This bill was a product of the process that Hamilton described. There were differences of opinions and jarrings of parties. I'd say jarrings of chambers. But the final bill is stronger as a result of this long and deliberative process. It's my honor to have been a part of it. I want to thank again our chairman, our ranking member, my counterpart, Manuel Cleaver. I want to thank President Trump for identifying this as a major issue in September of 2025. And I also want to send a special thank you to the leadership of this chamber, our Speaker, our Majority Leader, and our Whip. Without them, this would not be a bicameral, bipartisan bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who authored several bills in this legislation, including H.R. 1981, the Choice in Affordable Housing Act, and H.R. 5878, the Home Return Act, along with H.R. 5938, the Innovation Fund Act.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chairman Flood has previously stated, bipartisanship is more than just a policy. A genuinely bipartisan effort is defined not only by the substance of the policy, but also by the process that meaningfully incorporates input from both parties. Look, Mr. Speaker, I've been here quite a while, and believe me, there are always reasons not to work with the other side, the president, elections, political strategy, or policy disagreements. Americans, though, at this particular time are looking for those who can deliver results despite these changing but ever-present realities. I commend the leadership of Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and my counterpart, Chairman Flood, and our colleagues in the Senate on this bipartisan legislation. Since our nation's founding, the ability to own land and a home has been closely tied to the promise of freedom, responsibility, and opportunity. As this nation turns 250, it is our responsibility to preserve that promise for the next generations. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act is an important step in that direction. This legislation strengthens existing programs, improves coordination among regulators, encourages governments to address local barriers to housing supply, and includes key banking reforms, including the raising the public welfare investment cap to unlock billions in private capital. I want to thank the hundreds of national organizations and everyone who was involved in this effort, especially Chairman Flood, Ranking Member Waters, and Chairman Hill, and Senators Scott and Warren on their very, very difficult work in the Senate. Chairman Flood has talked about housing is personal, and he is absolutely right. We all have our American stories. Mine began in a little shack in Texas without running water and electricity. I have to say this, and I wish my dad was here to hear me say it. Our family was poor, but we always had a home. We just didn't have a house to put it in. My main goal in coming to Congress was to ensure that a family in America can work hard and afford a safe, decent home to deposit in a house. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues in this effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, the Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Heisinger.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the long-awaited 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and I want to say congratulations to Chairman Hill and the Ranking Member and Chair Flood and Ranking Member Cleaver as well. Throughout Southwest Michigan, I hear about housing challenges, from a young family, inability to buy their first home, to lack of available workforce housing. Sadly, more than 70% of Michigan households do not earn enough to afford a medium-priced new home, which costs over $398,000. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act is a bipartisan solution to address this problem by lowering prices and improving affordability. Additionally, this legislation will increase the supply of housing by removing barriers to develop and expand local financing options to help bring more housing to market, which is key to addressing this issue. I've fought passionately and, frankly, sometimes stubbornly, as the chairman will tell you, for this bipartisan legislation because it helps restore the American dream by making housing more affordable and available. Let's send this cost-saving legislation to the President's desk and deliver for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is a strong advocate for affordable and public housing.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As someone who grew up in the Old Colony housing projects in South Boston, Massachusetts, and as a co-founder of the Affordable Housing Caucus, along with Reverend Emanuel Cleaver and Greg Meeks and Vicki Torres, I'm proud to join my colleagues, French Hill from Arkansas, the gentlelady from California, Maxine Waters, Chairman Flood, and Reverend Emanuel Cleaver from Kansas City in rising in support of this bill, which, while it does not solve every issue we have today with housing in this country, it does a lot. It stops the commoditization of housing by real estate companies and private equity firms that would compete with families in acquiring their first home. I realize it took a lot of work across the aisle. I congratulate our colleagues in the Senate as well for the work that we've done. We've got to do a lot more. We've got to bring the housing down, and we've got the cost of housing down, and we've got to increase the supply of housing. We're about 7 million units short here, 7 million homes short in the United States. But this is a good start. It's a good start. And it's a collaboration between Republicans and Democrats on one of those elements of the American dream that is undeniable and that is shared in red states as well as blue states. So, again, I want to congratulate all of my colleagues on working together on this. It shows you what we can do in this country when we work together. So I look forward to the next iteration of this bill as well, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of our Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, Mr. Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, let me first start by applauding Chairman Hill for his leadership in advancing this landmark legislation. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act is exactly the kind of common sense housing reform needed to increase housing supply and help lower costs for American families. As the chairman of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, I want to address Title IX of this bill because it deals with regulatory relief for community banks. Because community banks represent the backbone of the housing industry, providing home loans for many first-time home buyers and serving as critical lenders to home builders. Yet for years, federal regulators have written rules as if every bank in America is a trillion-dollar global institution, and then acting surprised when community banks disappear and housing costs skyrocket. For Kentucky, this is personal. Community banks are the financial infrastructure of housing in rural America. When they thrive, small towns thrive. When they're regulated out of existence, capital dries up and the opportunity for home ownership disappears. This legislation changes that. By streamlining de novo formation, increasing supervisory transparency, strengthening access to deposits, community banks can better serve their communities and remain a key contributor to the home loan market, expanding opportunities not just for Kentuckians, but for Americans to become homeowners.
Gentleman's
Thank
time's
you,
expired.
and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who authored a bill in this legislation, H.R. 965, the Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
This is a good day. American people think we are hopelessly divided, and often we are. But today, dozens of pieces of legislation folded into the 21st Century Road to Housing Act will become law with overwhelming bipartisan support, overwhelming bicameral support, and will address not all the things we should do, but important things we should do to bring home ownership into, make it available for so many American families. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for proving to us that Congress can work, and of course Emanuel Cleaver, the ranking member of the relevant subcommittee. There is nothing more shameful for our country than a homeless, disabled veteran. And my bill included in this package will make it plain that those who are receiving disability benefits because they were injured fighting our nation's wars will not have that disability payment held against them when it comes to qualifying for housing.
Expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, our Vice Chairman for Communications on the committee, Mr. Lawler, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. We are 8 million units underbuilt nationwide, and under the prior administration, 30-year mortgage rates hit a 30-year high. The average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. Bottom line is we need more housing. And this bill, working together, does just that. It eases regulations. It creates greater access to capital. It provides more accountability at HUD. But ultimately, it increases supply, which will have a profound impact on Americans across this country. I am proud to have co-authored 6 pieces of legislation that are in the final deal and look forward to its passage today and President Trump signing it into law tomorrow. This is a positive step forward for the American people to increase access to housing, to cut regulatory burdens, and to reduce overall costs. I urge everyone to vote yes.
A reserve.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who authored several bills in this legislation, including H.R. 8291, the Reform and Disaster Recovery Act, and H.R. 3716, the Systemic Risk Authority Transparency Act.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady as well, the ranking member, Ms. Waters, and Mr. Hill. I want to thank them both for honoring their commitment to make sure that H.R. 8291, the Reforming Disaster Recovery Act, was a part of this legislation. I believe that there are many ways that it could have been done, but I also believe that there are only 2 people who could have gotten it done, and that would be Hill and Waters, of course, working with our colleagues in the Senate, Scott and Warner. This is a historic piece of legislation. It does what has never been done before, and I'm talking about H.R. 8291. It will authorize community development block grants, disaster recovery for 3 years, and reform the program to help the most marginalized persons. It provides flexible funding, primarily for low and moderate income communities recovering from major disasters. Again, I thank the ranking member, I thank the chairman, and I am most appreciative that this bill will contain this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kemp.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. There is nothing more central to the American dream than home ownership. Unfortunately, thanks to Gavin Newsom and leadership in Sacramento, that American dream is slipping away, and hardworking families are being left in the dust. After years of inaction, my home state of California has earned an F in housing affordability. That's why I'm taking action, working closely with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help address that crisis for my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Already, we work closely with President Trump to secure historic SALT relief for Southern Californians. That relief, combined with the provisions in the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, will bring the dream of home ownership closer to reality for working families in my district. And for the first time since 2006, we are unlocking new capital that financial institutions can invest in affordable housing and community development projects. Additionally, we fortify programs that will aid rebuilding efforts and help mitigate potential future wildfires.
Gentleman's time's expired.
This administration and Republican leadership in Congress, we are making it easier for builders to build, lenders to lend responsibility, and families to save. This legislation will, hopefully will deliver results for American families as promised. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields.
A reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who co-authored several bills in this legislation, including H.R. 6363, the Build Now Act of 2025, and H.R. 7792, the Property Improvement and Manufactured Housing Loan Modernization Act.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by thanking the chairman, French Hill, and the ranking member, Maxine Waters, for doing a remarkable thing. In this polarized and angry Congress, we are actually getting something done. And we're getting something done that is really important. Throughout my district, from Greenwich to Bridgeport, from Ridgefield to Oxford, I don't spend a day where I don't hear somebody say, I can't afford the rent, I can't afford to buy. We have a crisis of housing in this country. And while this won't fix everything, this is a huge step in the right direction. There's a lot of work that remains to be done, and our colleagues at the state and municipal level need to take a hard look at the regulations, at the land use policies, at the zoning, that it continues to inhibit the ability to build housing and therefore offer affordable rent and affordable marriages to America. But what we're doing right here is big. It's really big. I was delighted to be able to contribute a couple of things to this bill. I would urge my colleagues, at this point in time, let's listen to the American people. Let's do something for them. Let's make housing more affordable. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished member from South Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz. 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from South Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to my colleagues for being here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6644, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, which will make the American dream of home ownership affordable again for countless Texas families. By expanding housing supply, restoring efficiency to outdated HUD programs, supporting our veterans seeking home ownership, and protecting families from corporations unfairly competing with them to purchase homes, this legislation brings homeownership back within reach for all Americans. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 6644. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty authored H.R. 2031, the Home Investment Partnerships Reauthorization and Improvement Act, and H.R. 3709, the Advancing the Mentor-Protege and Program for Small Financial Institutions Act.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Housing for the 21st Century Act. But first, let me thank Ranking Member Waters and Chairman Hill for their leadership. This landmark bipartisan package represents a major step forward in addressing the nation's challenges in housing. And I am especially proud that 6 of my bills are included in this legislation. My Home Investment Partnership Improvement Act will make it easier for local organizations to fund affordable housing projects, while another provision strengthens coordination between the Department of Housing, Agriculture, and Veterans Affairs. The package also includes key banking measures that will help community banks, minority depository institutions grow and complete. I started my professional career in public housing and working as a consultant for HUD, so I know too many families are being priced out of the housing market. This legislation delivers practical solutions that expand opportunities and increase home ownership. Again, let me thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters. It's time to make home ownership more than a dream. It must be a reality, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, who is our Vice Chairman and Whip of the committee, Mr. Herodopoulos.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's one way you reduce prices. You increase supply. And that's exactly what this bill will finally do. The package focuses on a simple idea of building more homes, which means lower cost and more expanded opportunities for all Americans. And I want to say this, I think it's really nice to see in my first term here, people working together. I consider politics the art of the possible, and our chairman has done just a remarkable job of bringing everyone together, even the Senate, in order to pass this landmark legislation, and I could not be more proud of their effort. I have learned a ton working under their leadership, and we are on the right path to finally reduce cost and empower the public once again and prove that home ownership is once again attainable. Supply and demand laws do work, especially when you increase supply. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, who authored H.R. 6768, the Housing Our Communities Act, which is included in this bill.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
From Detroit, Michigan to Little Rock, Arkansas, every single one of our families deserves to be able to afford a home. We talk about it, the gas prices, the groceries, insurance are constant sources of stress for our families. But we know the housing costs can be the worst of them all. Housing crisis has been many years in the making, and it will take years to overcome, but this package is an important step towards addressing the affordability crisis. So I'm thrilled that our package includes our Housing Our Communities Act, which is creating a competitive grant program to support a wide range of affordable housing for planning, implementation activities for our local communities. These grants will help increase affordable housing by supporting them in crafting housing plans, updating zoning codes, and speeding up housing inspections. Cities like Detroit need zoning reform to create affordable housing to protect our neighborhoods from polluters, but that often doesn't happen without federal financial support. So our Housing Our Communities Act moves us closer to that. So I urge my colleagues to please support this and make affordable housing a reality for all of our communities.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished member of our committee from North Carolina, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many parts of this country are facing a major housing affordability issue. In my home state of North Carolina, there's an estimated housing shortage of 750,000 units. With over 100,000 people moving into North Carolina every year, that gap is only going to grow. One way, in fact, the way to solve the housing affordability issue is to build more houses. It's really that simple. And the 21st Century Road to Housing Act does exactly that. Instead of piling on new mandates or subsidies, it removes the burdens that are standing between American families and the affordable home. Building more homes is only half the equation, though. That's why the banking reforms in this bill are also critical. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act expands mortgage access for working families, which includes my bill, the Trust Act, which also lifts unnecessary regulatory burdens off of well-managed community banks. These reforms will help banks provide more construction loans that get shovels in the ground and opportunities for first-time buyers as well as those buying a second home. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I too thank the chairman for the excellent leadership on this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Harsford, who is a strong advocate for affordable housing and former member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, and I'm casting my vote for people, not for corporations. Across the United States, in my home state of Nevada, the dream of home ownership has been slipping further out of reach for working families. In fact, Las Vegas is ranked second in the nation for corporate home ownership. 30% of the residents in Nevada have been impacted by institutional investors. Last year, I listened when my constituents throughout Southern Nevada told me that the issue of housing was their greatest concern, and that is why, working with the ranking member, we were able to build a housing platform that could really address the problems that people are facing. And today, the 21st Road to Housing Act will finally address these problems and make the dream of home ownership attainable. This bill creates greater accountability in the housing market, increasing housing supply, and places new restrictions on large institutional investors from buying up single-family homes. It ensures veterans are not penalized for receiving disability benefits when qualifying for housing vouchers, a common sense change that I'm sure that we can all support. I'm proud that we are putting homeowners over hedge funds, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I yield
The gentleman
back.
yields. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inquire of the minority if they have any other speakers.
I have no other speakers.
I thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the work has been extraordinary between the majority and the minority in this House, answering the call of solutions from the American people. I think Mr. Cleaver said it best, talking about his own experience and his own family in East Texas. We always had a home, but we just didn't always have a house to put it in. Let that hang in this room, Mr. Speaker, because that's the spirit that both sides of the aisle have worked to find solutions today, and we couldn't do it without our staff. And I want to say thank you to the majority and the minority staff from both sides of the aisle to help us get to where we are today. Mr. Speaker, as referenced in the previous colloquy that I had with the ranking member when we were on the floor a few weeks ago, we believe there's several points that the Treasury should consider as it evaluates the congressional intent in implementing Section 1001 of this bill, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Entities organized as nonprofits under Section 501c3 of the IRS Code are exempt from taxation under 501a, as well as community land trust, as defined in the Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act, and amended by our bill today, should not be included in the definition of a large institutional investor. It's also Congress's intent that nothing in the act should be construed to require a large institutional investor to divest or sell any home purchased before or after enactment. The term, Mr. Speaker, single-family home, was also not intended to include property that, when occupied, is rented to a member of the armed forces or a member of the National Guard, as defined in Section 101 of Title 10 of the U.S. Code. Similarly, Section 1001 should not reduce the supply of essential rental housing in our communities and should exclude student housing leased by bedroom to unrelated individuals under separate agreements. Similarly, homes purchased by mortgage servicers for loss mitigation reasons following a foreclosure, not as long-term investments, should remain permissible when the mortgage is federally backed, as defined in Section 4022A of the CARES Act, and the servicer first offers a first look period to the owner-occupant or a nonprofit approved by the relevant federal agency. However, the bill prohibits large institutional investors from purchasing single-family homes by participating in home ownership programs that do not meet the criteria under the Act. For build-to-rent programs, this exemption should apply when an investor purchases, constructs and retains a single-family home for rental use, whether in a community comprised entirely of rental-occupied single-family homes or in a mixed community of owner and rental-occupied homes. Clarifying this distinction is essential to carrying out the intent of the House and Senate in this bill. Additionally, purchases of homes used to provide residential care for individuals with disabilities or developmental disabilities or in senior living communities should be exempt, as these are unrelated to the problem being addressed by the Act. The same is true for the exemption of homes purchased with support from programs described in Section 42 of the IRS Code or participating in federal or other affordable housing programs where rents are restricted. Congress also intended exemptions for homes acquired as a part of a community of 5 or more contiguous rental units and homes planned, permitted, financed, and constructed as a part of a unified rental community on a single platted parcel that are not intended for individual sale, as well as properties that are made up of multiple rental homes or units constructed on a single parcel of property that cannot be legally sold as individual homes or the units without further subdividing the property. We recognize, the ranking member and I, that these regulations issued by the Treasury will be necessary to implement various aspects of the Act that we debate today. The overall reaching goal of Section 1001 is to expand the number of single-family homes available for purchase by our families in individual households. Regulations that do not meet that objective will fall short of congressional intent and risk reducing, not increasing, the availability and affordability of housing across our great country. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for working with me to clarify the intent behind this section. I agree with you. What you have described on the congressional intent for Section 1001, I yield back to the chairman. Thank you.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady reserves.
Is the
gentleman
gentlelady
from
prepared?
Arkansas is recognized again.
I thank the Speaker. Is the gentlelady prepared to close?
I have no additional speakers. Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I would. I have no
Gentlelady
further
is now
speakers.
recognized to close. I understand.
I have no further speakers, Madam Speaker.
Madam
and
Speaker, I
yield to
yield
the
myself
gentlewoman.
the balance of the time.
Yes.
For
Gentlelady is
years, I have
recognized.
fought hard to make housing affordable, but for many years, it was hard to prioritize housing in both Democratic and Republican-led houses. It is for that reason I'm deeply grateful for Chairman Hill, who worked so closely with me to write H.R. 6644 and prioritize it in our committee and in this House. Together, we found compromise that had previously proven so difficult, and I hope that this partnership can continue to deliver for America, because we still have a lot of work to do. I also want to thank both our staffs on the committee, because without their hard work, this bill would not likely be here before us today. This legislation must serve as a foundation for continued action, not the final step in addressing our nation's housing crisis. We must build on this progress and continue to advocate and secure the resources our communities critically need. And so I'd like to basically dedicate our work to some of the people in public housing who will have an opportunity now to help understand how their communities can be improved. And so, in my district, to Nickerson Gardens, Jordan Downs, Gonzack Village, Imperial Courts, and Avalon Gardens, thank you for what I've learned. To my home in St. Louis, Missouri, where I was born, I want to thank those who lived and died in bond projects in Pruitt-Igoe, and those projects where they had a difficult time many years ago. We're now leading to a point where we will be able to make all of those projects more livable, and we'll be able to help the constituents in those projects understand how their lives can be bettered. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the ranking member for her partnership on this housing bill that is groundbreaking, that is historic, that is the first time in decades that the two chambers have come together to make measurable, accountable changes that will benefit the American people in both accessibility, the construction of more units, and the affordability that our families so richly need and deserve over these past years of recently high inflation particularly. I want to thank her for her partnership, but also want to say I've talked to community development people in Little Rock. I've talked to housing refinancing people in Little Rock, and they all tell me this is so overdue. And I want to thank the gentlewoman for her passion in getting this done. And whether it's in Cotton Plant, Arkansas, or Helena, Arkansas, or St. Louis, Missouri, or Los Angeles, California, or Little Rock, we also in this bill hold HUD accountable. HUD has a responsibility for safe, clean, effective housing for the tenants dependent on their programs. So not only are we building supply, improving affordability, we're also on a bipartisan, bicameral basis holding the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs Department accountable. With that, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker,
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I'd request the yeas and nays.
Yes. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Senate 629 and Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 629, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 629, an act to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural procedures and accessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 368, the nays are 19. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 6644, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes. Senate amendment to House amendment to Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 358, the nays are 32, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts are heavy as we honor and remember the 8 individuals lost in the B-52 Stratofortress crash at Edwards Air Force Base on Monday, June 15th in Kern County, California. Colonel Gregory Watson, Lieutenant Colonel Gabriel Estrella, retired Lieutenant Colonel Miles Middleton, Major Alexander Davis, Major Robert D., Major Brad Hovey, Jeremy Smith, and Christopher Reichard. These brave men dedicated their lives to this nation's defense, and their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Behind each of these heroes is family, friends, and loved ones facing an unimaginable loss. They represent the very best of our community and our country. Americans willing to give everything in defense of the United States of America. We ask our nation to join us in lifting up the Edwards community and everyone grieving this devastating loss. May God grant them strength and peace during this difficult time. May He forever bless the memory of those we lost. I now yield to my colleague and friend, Congressman Whiteside.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague in solemn remembrance today, standing here on behalf of the Edwards Air Force Base community and all those across the nation who feel this loss so profoundly. The 8 crew members who lost their lives last week were heroes. They were performing work that was essential for the national security of our great country, work that is deeply woven into the fabric and history of the Antelope Valley. Our prayers are with their families, their friends, their loved ones. I yield back to my colleague and friend, Representative Fong, to pay tribute to their memory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the House observe a moment of silence for these 8 great Americans. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 2323, a bill originally introduced by Representative Gonzalez of Texas for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the House passage of the Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act and to thank Congresswoman Letlow and Senator Fisher for their leadership in sending this important legislation to the President's desk. Wildfires have wreaked havoc across Nebraska's 3rd District, with more than 860,000 acres burned this year alone. Now more than ever, Nebraskans deserve relief, not additional burdens. I was proud to co-sponsor this common sense piece of legislation, which will ensure that the Emergency Conservation Program eligibility can be triggered faster in response to a natural disaster, like the wildfires in my district, and provide much-needed flexibility for producers as they begin to rebuild. Nebraskans are resilient, but they shouldn't have to navigate unnecessary red tape while recovering from disaster. Today, with this final passage of this bill, we took a meaningful step toward providing producers with the timely support they need to rebuild, restore, and recover. I look forward to seeing President Trump sign this into law. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
A little lower for me. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the ongoing public health emergency caused by the Lineage Logistics Warehouse fire in Boyle Heights. What started off in Boyle Heights has now spread smoke and fumes across Los Angeles. Our neighbors can't go outside. They can't open their windows, and they're worried about the air they're breathing. This disaster demands answers, but more importantly, it demands accountability. For far too long, working-class immigrant communities and communities of color have been forced to bear the burden of industrial pollution and environmental hazards. Firefighters have worked around the clock to put out the fire, but their response can't stop there. We need air quality testing, soil testing, and frequent health monitoring. I will keep fighting to ensure every affected family gets the answers, accountability, and resources they deserve. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this past week, I kept running into Oregonians who are really upset about their health care. One small business owner told me she dropped her family plan, which is costing about $36,000 a year, and she joined a cost share plan to lower her bills and still pays out of pocket. Another constituent who's caring for her ailing husband told me, I've been inundated with doctor's visits advocating for him, and our medical system is extremely frustrating. And then a rural constituent told me that a simple surgery was rescheduled 4 times because no doctor was available. And then last week, I talked with Silicon Valley executives and asked them what they could do. And I told them, help us solve America's problems. Healthcare, wildfires, you name it. And Mr. Speaker, I urge you to do the same. Lead Congress to solve America's problems and not create more of them. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a victory that North Carolinians have waited years to see. The Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions for the first time in 20 years. From the first puck drop of the season to the final horn, the Hurricanes showed the grit and teamwork that defines our state. They proved that success isn't built overnight. It's earned through discipline, perseverance, and trust in one another. Today, we celebrate the players, coaches, staff, and the hundreds of thousands of Caniacs who never stop believing, especially head coach Rod Brindamore, who first led our team to victory in 2006 as team captain. The Canes have shown the hockey world that North Carolinians are hockey fans, and hockey belongs in the South. And of course, the championship belongs in North Carolina. The Stanley Cup is finally home. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
My remarks. Mr. Speaker, the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool requires a civil engineering plan. First, replace the fractured subterranean pipes. Underground, the pool's 12-inch supply and return lines are deteriorated. They leak an estimated 16 million gallons of water every year, and the mall site actually sits in a floodplain related to drainage into the Potomac River. Water pressure pushes upward against the floor, forcing paint and sealant to blister, pop, and peel off. Second, stabilize the lateral soil movement. While the 2012 overhaul stopped the pool sinking downward, it did not solve the side-to-side shifting. The pool sits on the Potomac River mudflats that continuously ooze and shift laterally. Third, re-engineer the expansion joints for shifting. A 2,000-foot concrete pad naturally expands and contracts like an accordion in freezing winter weather, and engineers have to install heavy, flexible water stops that seal gaps while letting slabs move without tearing. And finally, drainage. Proper drainage and soil stabilization are required to manage runoff and prevent groundwater from seeping through the basin and compromising the concrete. It isn't a vandalizing problem. It's an engineering problem. It can be solved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a proud alumnus of St. Rita High School in Chicago to celebrate their team's baseball's first championship victory. In a historic night of 8 innings, the St. Rita Mustangs persevered and made history with a 12-11 score. If you're a baseball fan, I encourage you to find a video of this wild game and watch it. This was one for the books. The game had it all, suspense and shock when the Mustangs, though, thought they'd won, but the umpire ruled that the catcher had dropped the ball. It had anxiety when the game resumed, and with the state title on the line, the rival team tied it, forcing it to extra innings. It had a relief and joy when St. Rita secured the victory. The Mustangs gave it all. Their determination and hard work got them the victory that they've been chasing for 4 years in a row. Congratulations, Mustangs. You deserve this victory. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate and celebrate with the New York Knicks on their historic NBA Finals win. After 53 years of hoping that each season would be the one, the Knicks are officially the 2025-2026 NBA champions. From watching their 1973 championship when I was a teenager to sharing this moment with my family, like many New Yorkers and fans across the world, we have waited a long time for this moment. I'm proud that my home area has a special connection to this team. New York CD16 is home to the Knicks practice facility in Tarrytown, their Westchester Knicks G League team, and to many players, coaches, and their families who live in my district, including the great Jalen Brunson. The heart of Knicks fans, coupled with the team's determination, charisma, and hard work on the court, represents the best of our district and the best of New York. From the floor of the House of Representatives, go New York, go New York, go! Go Knicks. Congratulations on an historic championship win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the courage and selflessness of Simone Kelly of South Orange, New Jersey. During the New York Knicks championship parade, amongst a crowd of 2 million fans, Simone noticed a man climbing onto a roof of a subway station entrance. He was wobbling and swaying until he fell unconscious. Simone immediately sprung into action. An off-duty EMT with the South Orange Volunteer Rescue Squad, Simone climbed onto that roof, assessed the situation, and administered Narcan, helping revive the unconscious man until emergency responders arrived. Her quick thinking, training, commitment to serve others saved a life that day. Just as important, Simone reminded us that public service is not confined to a shift, a uniform, or a title. It is a calling that guides people. New Jersey is proud of Simone Kelly. Her actions embody the very best of our communities, and I thank her for her remarkable service. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
Juneteenth reminds us of the importance of strength, faith, and perseverance. Across eastern North Carolina, from our smallest towns to our most rural communities, we celebrated Juneteenth, honored history, and remembered the generations who kept believing in a brighter future. It reminds us that we must keep the American dream within reach for everyone, which is possible when we stand together, work together, and believe together. We must remain committed to building communities where every child, every family, every neighbor has the opportunity to succeed. It's up to us to allow freedom to ring. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour to speak directly to the American people about Gun Violence Awareness Month. We're here to address the public health crisis facing not only the constituents of the Congressional Black Caucus, but all Americans. Gun violence is an everyday reality that robs loved ones, erodes our sense of security, and shortens too many bright futures. Every year, roughly 44,000 people in the United States die of gun-related injuries. In 2023, the most recent year for which the CDC provided complete data, 46,728 people died from gun-related injuries. Black men 15 to 34 years old are most at risk, with firearm homicide rates at 22.6 per 100,000. White males, particularly those who are 65 and older, have been disproportionately impacted by firearm suicides, 17.8 per 100,000. In my own state of Virginia, gun violence kills over 1,200 people and wounds over 1,600 people, and suicides are 66% of those deaths. In Richmond alone, where I live, 221 people were shot in 2025. And while that number is the lowest on record since 2015, it is still too high. These statistics are jarring, but they're more than just statistics. Each number is a personal tragedy. Mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, friends, loved ones whose lives were cut short due to gun violence. Like 23-year-old Genesis Jones of Petersburg, Virginia, who was killed while celebrating her brother's 25th birthday when a large altercation in the area led to gunfire that killed her and Dominic Antoine Jackson, 42. They died because too many people resort to gun violence to resolve what was once done by fists. Barbie Perez, 28, who was shot multiple times by the father of her child during an argument. He reportedly pushed Perez, and then the argument moved outside. He went to his car and then came back, pulled out a shotgun, and shot Perez in the leg and chest. Perez's mother saw him press the gun against her back and fire more rounds before putting the car in reverse and leaving the neighborhood. Sierra Jenkins, a 25-year-old journalist at the Virginian Pilot and Daily Press, who was one of 3 people killed and 5 people shot in a shooting in downtown Norfolk after an argument broke out. Increasingly, gun violence takes our children, becoming the #1 cause of death for teens and children, like Zion Terry, the 18-year-old John Marshall student just weeks away from graduating, and his 14-year-old sister from Henderson Middle School, Sadie Terry, both killed by Sadie's father in a fit of rage. Marquand Mitchell Nash, my son's classmate, who 1 week after I stood on this floor and took my oath of office, was killed accidentally by a gun he and friends were using as a prop while filming a music video. Or 18-year-old Huguenot High School student Sean Jackson and his stepfather, Lorenzo Smith, who were killed moments after Sean received his high school diploma because of beef that started on Instagram and ended at that ceremony. 17-year-old Samaya Mimi Yalardi, a George Wythe High School student, shot and killed in her own home on an early Sunday morning during spring break. 11-year-old McKenna Young and 1-year-old Landry Harris, both found with apparent gunshot wounds inside their Memphis home, where their mother was found with stab wounds. These deaths impact families, but they impact entire communities. We cannot allow this violence to become normalized. We must stand together to advance common sense gun safety legislation, invest in community violence intervention programs, and address the root causes that perpetuate this cycle of harm. Year after year, we go back to our districts and we talk to community leaders and faith leaders and families about the real threats that they face. And the overwhelming consensus is that Congress must pass comprehensive, common sense gun safety legislation if things are ever going to get better. Because standing in the well for a moment of silence and thoughts and prayers after each death is not enough. As a state legislator, I was proud to take action to address this crisis, championing investment in the Firearm Violence and Intervention and Prevention Fund, which provided a pathway to research demographics and trends, and implement evidence-based solutions to address the root causes of gun violence. Because those causes in the city of Richmond may be different than in Chesterfield, or Norfolk, or Roanoke, or anywhere else. I led the Senate to pass a bill to establish a center that takes a comprehensive approach by empowering communities to address those root causes in all its forms. And now I'm working at the federal level. We had a similar program that the White House set up under the Biden-Harris administration to work with communities to address the root causes of gun violence in those communities through evidence-based research. Now it's gone. I don't even know if the CDC is still tracking the data necessary on these deaths. But as a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and as a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, I am committed to keeping our community safe with these common sense gun reform policies like universal background checks and gun trace data. And yet, the majority has failed to bring a single piece of gun violence legislation to the floor for a vote this Congress, even when there is bipartisan support for investing in addressing root causes of gun violence. And we're working against the backdrop of an administration whose federal funding cuts actively prevent us from doing our jobs to reduce such violence. Last year, the Trump administration terminated nearly 400 grants from the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs, which provided support for everything from victim services to substance use and mental health treatment to juvenile justice and child protection. These grants were initially valued at $820 million over multi-years. And when the administration rescinded the remaining balances for these awards, they cost our communities an additional $500 million and more lives. The Trump administration then made deep cuts to OJP's Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative, the largest source of federal funding for community violence intervention, even though it is popular on a bipartisan basis. This funding was authorized by Congress in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act of 2022. And since then, Over $300 million was invested in addressing community violence intervention programming and research. Now half of those investments have been cut. And the president's latest budget cuts more than $500 million in funding to the DOJ's state and local grant programs, including restorative justice programs, community-based approaches to advancing justice, including zeroing out the community violence intervention programs. These programs are necessarily vital if we are going to intervene in the public health crisis of gun violence. The Trump administration has also moved to rapidly and effectively reshape American gun policies, loosening restrictions and putting more lives in danger. This past April, ATF released 34 proposed and final rules that would severely deregulate the firearm industry. And last year's, you call it the big beautiful bill, I call it the big ugly law, removed the $200 silencer suppressor tax. Even though silencers and suppressors were outlawed decades ago on a bipartisan basis. All this does is invite tragedy back into our communities. Again, we cannot allow violence to become normalized and an acceptable part of our daily lives. And so I call on my colleagues to let this June, this Gun Violence Prevention Month, serve not only as a moment of awareness, but a call to action to pass meaningful reform that will save lives, support survivors, and build safer communities for the next generation. I thank each of my colleagues who will speak tonight, and it is my pleasure to yield to the representative from Illinois 2nd District, Robin Kelly.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for convening us tonight on this extremely important topic. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because, as we all know, there is a gun violence epidemic in our country. It is a public health crisis. Yet, our president is actively making this crisis worse. I don't know if the Congresswoman realized this, but 10 years ago yesterday, Catherine Clark, the late, great John Lewis, John Larson, David Cicilline, and myself led the sit-in on the floor because we could not get any movement to deal with gun violence prevention. And I'm proud to say the Democrats all participated in that sit-in that lasted almost 24 hours. Nothing happened right away, but we were making a statement that needed to be made. And eventually we did get a bipartisan Safer Communities Act, but we all know more needs to be done. This past Juneteenth weekend, nearly 40 people were shot in Chicago. 7 people died. What should have been a celebration of freedom turned into a horrific reminder that we are not free from gun violence. President Trump responded on Truth Social by claiming he could make Chicago a safe city in 1 month. Mr. President, you do have the power to make Chicago safer. Release the funding that you froze to provide support for community violence intervention organizations. You stole $16 million that should have gone to CVI organizations in Chicago. Those closer to the problem are closest to the solution. Give those funds back to our city. You can also reopen the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. You can tell the ATF to overturn their 30 new rules that make it easier to traffic illegal guns and harder for law enforcement to investigate gun crimes. I know that the president will not put forward any of these real solutions to gun violence because, frankly, he really doesn't care. Instead, he once again threatened the deployment of the National Guard to Chicago. The National Guard will not make our city safer, but it will cost taxpayers millions and millions and millions of dollars like it's doing in D.C. Let's be truthful about the real reason why President Trump wants to deploy the National Guard. It's not to reduce crime. It's to to instill fear and abuse his power. It's to reinforce ICE agents who have terrorized our city and targeted people based on the color of their skin. For generations, Black communities have been burdened with the consequences of being under-investigated and over-policed. While gun violence became the leading cause of death for all children and teenagers, in 2020, it's been the leading cause of death for Black children since 2006. We talk about the death, but how many people and families have survived, and the mental and physical damage? Everybody doesn't die, but the mental and physical damage of those survivors is vast. Chicago has worked to reduce these efforts, and last summer murders were at the lowest rate since 1965. We have seen success because of our local efforts, our CBI programs, and our local police rebuilding trust with the community. We know there's more to be done. Ban on assault weapons, safe storage, resources to help those organizations on the ground, and I could go on and on and on. People deserve the right to be able to play in a park, ride on a bus, come out of choir practice, get off the bus, and get tea from Starbucks. This is the only country in the developed world that has issues so severe as this. We need a president and more members of Congress to realize no one is truly safe until we're all safe, and we need to do more around gun violence prevention. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I said that gun violence is more than just statistics. Every death is someone's loved one. It is now my pleasure to yield to someone touched by gun violence directly, Representative Lucy McBath of Georgia's 7th District.
I want to thank my colleague from Virginia. Thank you so very much for really holding this special order hour on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, but more so because this is National Gun Violence Awareness Month, and I am very, very aware of this month. I make time and effort every single year during this month to continue to highlight the scourge of gun violence in America as a public health crisis, so thank you very, very much for doing this. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during National Gun Violence Awareness Month to address a crisis that continues to devastate our families and communities all across our nation. For far too many Americans, especially Black Americans and other marginalized groups, gun violence is not an abstract policy debate. Gun violence is a daily threat, a lived reality, and too often a source of unimaginable pain and loss. For me, this mission is deeply, deeply personal. Nearly 14 years ago, my son Jordan was taken from me by senseless gun violence, and I know that I've told the story 1,000 times on this floor to this body, and I will continue to do so because his life and his story do matter. My son was simply just going shopping with his friends from one mall to the next, and within 3.5 minutes, they stopped at a convenience store gas station to get chewing gum because my son Jordan said, if we're going to pick up girls at the next mall, we have to have fresh breath. They stopped at a convenience store gas station in Jacksonville, Florida. Within 3.5 minutes, a man drives up next to them, parks next to them on the passenger side, labels the boys gangbangers and thugs, racially profiles them because of the music that they were playing. He started a verbal altercation with the boys, in particular my son Jordan. And my son, as I had trained him to do, is defend himself. He basically said, we're not bothering you, we're not doing anything wrong, we're just playing music. Can you just roll up your window? And this man proceeds to tell him, "You can't talk to me that way," and took his gun out of his glove box, got out of his car, took a shooter's stance, and as the boys were trying to move out of the line of fire and back out of the parking lot, he took a shooter's stance, shooting 10 bullets into their car. 3 of those bullets hit my son, and he lay dying in the back seat of the car in his friend's arms. And thank God the other boys were not hurt. And so I recount this story over and over and over and over again because there is no measure of time that can dull this open wound and this pain. And my son Jordan's memory inspires me to ensure that there's no other parent in this country that will ever have to endure what I have endured, and so many families in the United States continue to endure. We often talk about the lives of people that are lost, but we rarely acknowledge the lives saved and people who are still with us because someone intervened or because a program worked. As my colleague has expressed, all the work that we did with the bipartisan Safer Communities law, that work has saved lives. And because a community stepped in before a trigger was actually pulled. We can't quantify those victories, but we know that they matter, and we know that they worked. They remind us that prevention is possible, but more so, prevention is absolutely necessary. The pandemic revealed just how quickly gun violence can escalate. In 2020, the United States experienced the largest single-year increase in homicides in modern history. That spike was not inevitable. It was a warning about what happens when communities' safeguards and resources are strained or taken away or diminished. In 2021, we passed the American Rescue Plan Act. We delivered $350 billion to state and local governments, including $15 billion specifically for public safety and violence prevention. And these dollars, they helped cities hire crisis responders and people that were doing work for gun violence intervention on the ground. They were targeting those elements in our communities that were precipitating a lot of the gun violence. And we were expanding community violence intervention programs in America. And in 2022, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It is the most significant, comprehensive gun violence legislation we had ever enacted in this country. It strengthened our background checks. It cracked down on gun trafficking and invested in mental health and community safety initiatives. These were meaningful steps forward, and they were making a difference. Yet, instead of building on these protections, the Trump administration has used the last 18 months to dismantle these safeguards and make it easier for dangerous individuals to have access to firearms. These choices have put American lives at risk, and they undermine the progress that communities fought so hard to achieve. And our work is far from finished. Gun violence remains one of the most urgent public health crises of our day. It is a public health crisis. We cannot allow the voices of our survivors and our families and frontline communities to be drowned out or to be dismissed. I remain committed to advancing legislation that protects our children and strengthens our neighborhoods and prevents the next tragedy from happening. And I'm so proud to continue to fight alongside my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus and gun sense champions in Congress here who have long led the charge for justice and equity. Shortly after my son was murdered, I, along with other mothers of the movement, as we were called, it was the mother of Trayvon Martin, the mother of Hydea Pendleton, the mother of Eric Garner, the mother of Michael Brown, the mother of Dante Hamilton, and of course, my son Jordan. We had the very, very rare opportunity to travel around the country with Secretary Clinton, who was then running in the 2016 campaign for president. We were allowed to campaign alongside her as the face of gun violence in America. And that's the first time in the history of any campaign that gun violence survivors and victims were allowed to tell their stories, were allowed to remind Americans of the scourge of gun violence, and that no one in this country, no one anywhere, at any point in time is immune from being hurt by unnecessary gun violence. In this country, industrialized United States of America, you are 25 times more likely to die by gun violence. In this country, our children are dying by gun violence because it is the leading cause for them to die by unsecured firearms in households. We are the most violent, industrialized nation in the world. Our children suffer from lockdown drills, not drills for tornadoes or hurricanes, but the trauma of lockdown drills. They're traumatized by those alone, even if there is not an incident in their schools. There is violence in every corner of the United States, in every district. Every member in this body has constituents that have been hurt or maimed or affected or influenced by gun violence. We have domestic violence by gun, suicide by gun, child deaths by gun, and homicide by gun. Gun violence in America is a public health crisis, and it should be dealt with as such. Gun violence prevention is not about infringing upon people's Second Amendment rights. It is not about that. It is about sensible gun ownership, law-abiding citizens having access to firearms, to hunt, to be gun enthusiasts, but also a balance of making sure that we are preventing people from being hurt and maimed and suffering from gun violence. We owe it, I owe it, to every family member touched by gun violence, to every family that we can still protect, to meet this moment with courage and conviction. People are crying out, and how dare we, this body, be deaf to it. If we say we're going to be pro-life, pro-life isn't just about what happens in the womb. Pro-life is about existing life and people having the ability to live in their communities and their homes, and our children go to their schools and live in their neighborhoods without being afraid of being gunned down. That is pro-life. And so, as a survivor of gun violence, I have vowed to my deceased son and to every survivor that I have met over the years to never, ever let this body forget, to never let anyone forget our responsibility to keeping them safe. I will do my part, and I pray that this body has the courage to do theirs. I yield.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from Georgia for sharing her story and turning tragedy into action. It is every parent's worst nightmare that when your child leaves home, whether to go to school, the mall, to worship, to a park, to a birthday party, to a friend's house, walking down the street, jogging, riding a bike, bird watching, driving and turning in the wrong driveway. When you send them off, you never see them again because of the scourge of gun violence. It is every parent's worst nightmare when the alert goes out about a mass shooting and you wonder, is my child there? It is every parent's worst nightmare when their child is in the middle of a mental health crisis. And because it is all too easy for them to get access to a gun, that rather than getting the help they need from medical providers, they end their suffering with a gun. It is every parent's worst nightmare that when you marry off your child and the marriage goes wrong, or the relationship if they're not married, and in the midst of that conflict, the person who professed to love your child the most takes their life in the ultimate act of betrayal and control. I want to thank Congresswoman McBath for having the strength to turn her nightmare into action so no other parent has to live through it. And with that, I want to yield to Glenn Ivey of Maryland.
I want to thank my colleague from Virginia for her powerful words and for hosting this special order. I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus. I certainly want to thank my colleague from Georgia, Ms. McBath. I've had a chance to serve with her on the Judiciary Committee, and I know she feels this very deeply and very passionately, and rightly so. And I think it's important for all of us to try and make sure that even if we haven't suffered a great loss like that, that we try and understand and remember the importance of the impact of what that kind of a event can do to a family, to a community, and what it's done to the country. I am blessed with 6 kids, and they all live in the DC area, and we get together frequently on weekends. And a few months back, I'm a grandfather too, and my granddaughter was in a heated argument with her cousin, and they're not the arguing type. So I kind of paused and started listening, and I was trying to figure, what are you all arguing about? And she looked at me and said, well, we're trying to figure out the best way you should respond when an active shooter comes into your school. And she had her version, he had his version. And I just remember being sort of stunned by the whole thing, because I'm 65. I grew up in a different era, obviously. I originally from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and Dale City, Virginia, two quiet towns, especially back in the 60s and 70s, at least on this kind of front. And I went to schools where we had fire drills, but we didn't have active shooter drills. And we're now at the point where schools are being approached and they're selling bulletproof blackboards and they're selling bulletproof backpacks and the like, because that's where our schools have come. There have been debates about whether teachers should be armed or not, and although we've seen that even having armed personnel at a school during an active shooter drill doesn't necessarily fix that problem, but that's kind of where we went with that. And I came up and didn't really know much about gun violence until I became a prosecutor, first here in Washington, D.C., with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and it just happened I started that job in 1990, which is the middle of the crack wars. D.C. was averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of 450 to 500 homicides per year. The numbers had jumped when I was a kid. You know, a murder was a front page story, but it got so prevalent during that time frame that sometimes they didn't even report on a homicide, didn't even make the paper. There were just so many coming day after day after day. And it was young people killing young people, young males in particular, usually over drug disputes, but sometimes not even that. And when I later became elected a prosecutor in Prince George's County, I had cases that were kind of the same ilk. You know, guy cut in front of another guy in line. He was looking at my girl. He disrespected me. All of that was sufficient to kill somebody on the spot. Those are young boys, well, young men in some instances, late teens, early 20s. But that's where we were as a country. And that's where we, in some ways, remain as a country. Just before I got elected state's attorney and was sworn into office, we had a double murder that took place in our community. And what was special about this one was that these were two deputy sheriffs who'd been killed, gunned down. They'd been called to a family's house. There's a mother and a father who were having trouble with their son. And they called because it was a mental health call. And so when the two officers came, Arno and Magruder, came into the house and said, well, he's down the hallway. So they walked down the hallway towards the bedroom, not knowing that he'd hidden a gun in his bedroom inside the speaker to his stereo system. And as they came down the hallway, he grabbed the gun, confronted them, shot both of them to death, and then ran out from the house. I hadn't even become state's attorney yet, hadn't been sworn in yet, but going to that funeral was my first official act as state's attorney. And sadly, there were hundreds more murders to come. And we still have them. Crime's going down in Prince George's County. Crime's come down in Washington, D.C. Crime's come down across the country. But any murder is too many, as you just heard from my colleague in Georgia. That mother and that father never stopped grieving over the loss of that child, and rightly so. So when I got to Congress 3 years ago, one of the things I started trying to figure out was, what are the things that we can do to try and address this problem? And I recognize the Democrats and the Republicans are in different places. You know, that we had an assault weapons ban in the United States in the 90s. It expired. Evidence seemed to show that there was some success from that, but our Republican colleagues then and Republicans across the country opposed it. And so it's never been reenacted. So are there common ground approaches to trying to address this problem? Are there ways that we can find a common ground approach to deal with some of these issues? So I looked around and I thought, well, okay, if we can't do assault weapon bans, what about ghost guns? Ghost guns came out, maybe not even 10 years ago yet, but, you know, and ghost guns, for those of you that don't know, are guns that do not have serial numbers on them. They can't be identified. And so the reason they're popular, especially among criminals, is because you can use the gun, drop it. If you don't leave any fingerprint or DNA on it, they sure can't trace back through the gun to figure out who had it and who committed the murder. So guess what happened? The use of ghost guns surged. So between 2017 and 2023, had a 1,600% jump in the use of ghost guns in crime scenes. It went from 1,629 to 27,490. 6-year period. So, what can we try and do about that? Well, legislation. We do legislation here in Congress, right? So, okay, let's try and do the legislation piece. So, Democrats offered 2 bills to ban ghost guns and do it in different ways. Hundreds of Democrats signed on. Not one Republican signed on to either bill, either piece of legislation to ban ghost guns. So that didn't work. But the crime, as you heard, continued to go up. The use of ghost guns in crimes continued to go up, skyrocket, really. So the Biden administration said to the ATF, issue a regulation, base it on the Gun Control Act, which is the long-standing law that covers gun usage and the regulation of guns in the United States, and maybe that'll help. So they issued the regulation. It's about 2-3 years ago, I guess, at this point. And my Republican colleagues, I was on the Judiciary Committee at the time, railed against it. This horrible overreach by the Biden administration. This is an infringement on our constitutional rights, our Second Amendment rights. So, of course, there were challenges, took it to court, worked its way up to the Supreme Court. Guess what happened at the Supreme Court? 7-2 margin in Bondi v. Vanderstock. The Supreme Court said, we're going to uphold this regulation. We don't think it violates the Constitution. So we're going to let it stand. And that opinion was written by Justice Gorsuch. In fact, all 3 Trump Supreme Court appointees joined in the majority of that opinion. So I thought, okay, well, maybe that's a big step in the right direction. Now I'm on the Appropriations Committee. And guess what? Just a few weeks ago, the Republicans put out a bill, and the bill contains language to undercut the enforcement of that regulation. Now, why would they do that? We know that only criminals want to use ghost guns. There's no other purpose. If you're a law-abiding citizen, it doesn't matter if you've got an identification number on it. Just like a car. Cars have VIN numbers. Why can't guns have identification numbers? Certainly useful for law enforcement. So it can't be on those grounds. And it can't be constitutional grounds because the Trump Supreme Court, by a 7-2 vote, just told them this does not violate the Second Amendment. So they put out this reg quietly. I hope it doesn't pass in the Senate, but that's where it is now. They're trying to undercut it even though it's constitutional. And it's not just the ghost guns piece. It's other issues too. One that I thought we'd be able to find common ground on was suicides. You know, we've got, in 2026, 27,600 suicides by gun. 4,600 were veterans. Well, the Democrats and Republicans, we all love veterans, right? Why wouldn't we want to support efforts to try and bring down suicides among veterans? But as you just heard a few minutes ago, many of the programs that are aimed at reducing gun violence, including for suicides, have been cut by the Trump administration. Matter of fact, one of the first things the Trump administration did when they came into office was to eliminate grants that help reduce gun violence across the country and have been proven to work over the past few years. And not only that, the president issued an executive order that removed the Surgeon General's advisory report on firearm violence because it used the term, I guess, public health crisis in America, which could it be any more obvious that this is a public health crisis? #1 cause of death in young people. I remember having a debate with my Republican colleagues in the Judiciary Committee one time about whether it was #1 or #2, and I paused and I said, does it really matter? Is it okay if it's only the #2 cause of death in the United States for our children? Isn't that sufficient for us to want to try and do something on this front? The Trump administration also cut funding to address gun violence prevention, $66 million for victim assistance for gun violence victims, $82 million for law enforcement support and training and safety. Why would we cut those? And the training piece, if you didn't know how important it was, you should really know after watching ICE in action in Minneapolis. You know, the killings of Good and Preddy, among other acts of violence that took place at the hands of ICE agents in Minnesota and across the country, I think clearly demonstrate that those agents were not prepared for the type of policing that they were put out there to do. Not at all. And they certainly weren't trained in things like the force continuum. In fact, many of them didn't even have the tools that you would use other than guns along the force continuum. No tasers and the like. Same thing when they put the National Guard out on the street. You know, when President Trump put them out in D.C., and I remember being out at dinner with my wife one day when they first came out, and they were walking around in groups of 4 and 5 with M4s. And I looked and, you know, this is we were eating outdoors at a restaurant, and so there were crowds of people all along the walkways. And I thought about it and I said, you know, M4s are so powerful that even if they shot the right guy and hit him, the bullet would keep going. Now, when you're in warfare and as you guys are facing each other, the soldiers are facing each other and shooting, that's one thing, because if it goes through that guy, it's going to hit another bad guy behind him. But when you're in a crowded street like I was, on the waterfront here in Washington, D.C., the last thing you want to have to use is an M4, because the collateral damage is not just collateral damage. There's human people, human beings whose lives could be taken, even though they weren't doing anything but just walking along the waterfront enjoying the evening. Let me say this as well. I think that the goal, at least that I came here with, was to try and find ways to address gun violence. I thought gun violence, you know, the ghost guns restrictions would be one way to go. Clearly, that was wrong. So I said, well, let me try another angle on this. And we put out a bill called Raise the Age. And the thinking on that was, well, if we raise the age from 18 to 21 for people using assault or purchasing assault weapons, they'll be okay with that because it moved from 18 to 21 when Reagan was president. He supported it for handguns. So if we're going to have 21 for handguns, shouldn't we also have it for assault weapons? Why allow them to buy an AR-15 but they can't buy a 9mm? I got 0 co-sponsors from the Republican side on that bill, this Congress and last Congress. Can't get any of them to support it. So look, I get it. I know there's a lot of political challenges here, and frankly, we'll keep working at it. But I knew when Republican colleagues were shot and Democratic colleagues have been shot, when we've been victimized by gun violence, and we still can't move on legislation to address gun violence then, you know, I don't know that there's enough to make it happen when it's people outside of this chamber, other than us getting shot, is enough. I just don't know if that's ever going to be the case. But I think we have to continue to keep fighting and keep working to address this problem, because the homicides keep happening, the bodies keep falling, the chalk lines around them keep being drawn, and the pools of blood oozing out of their bodies until the police get there and try and fix the problem that in many instances these guns are too powerful to allow them to be fixed. Let's try and find a way to address this. Let's try and find a way to work together. I know you're not going to agree to all the legislation that I would propose, and I certainly don't agree with a lot that's been done by my Republican colleagues, certainly in the cuts, especially to the ghost guns regulation. Can't figure it out. Can't figure out why we would want to restrict information from being gathered so that researchers and scientists can try and figure out other approaches to reducing gun violence other than just enforcement. Because we've seen intervention and prevention programs work. Why shouldn't we study them and see if we can expand them and see if we can find ways to combine enforcement with intervention and prevention efforts and reverse gun violence even more? Why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? So we'll see how it goes. I can't say I'm super hopeful right now. But I truly believe that we can find a way to protect people's Second Amendment rights and also protect second graders. We've got to find a way to make sure that they can be safe in school, on the streets, in the homes. We've got to find a way to bring down the suicides for veterans who served this country and in many instances were broken because of their service to this country, because of what we had them do. We've got to find ways to protect law enforcement officers, too, who put their lives on the lines out there on the street, in particular at risk from gun violence as well. So I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for putting this together. I thank my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, and I hope we can find a way to work together across the aisle, in this chamber and the other chamber on the other side of the building, and even with the Trump administration, to get something done on this front. Because we all know at this point, I know the routine mantra, you just got to lock them up, we need more penalties, more enforcement, no bail, all of that. The problem is all these first-time shooters, many of them mass shooters, that we didn't have a chance to keep them in jail because they never went. We didn't have a chance to withhold bail because they didn't have to pay bail to be out on the street. Let's not wait. Let's address this problem. Let's work together. Let's save lives here in the United States. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now I yield to Representative Wesley Bill of Missouri's 1st District.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the St. Louis region, my constituents, and all the families across the country who have been impacted by the gun violence epidemic, an epidemic forgotten by some, intentionally ignored by others, that still ravages my home and our nation. As a former prosecutor, sadly, I've had a firsthand view of what families go through after losing a loved one to gun violence. I truly have no words for the heartbreak and devastation I've witnessed these families shoulder. And what's worse is that this isn't a complex equation. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of children in America. And despite this, my colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly failed to act to keep our children safe. We must continue championing legislation and programs that address the root cause of this disease plaguing our country. There is simply too much at stake. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned when I started, gun violence doesn't just impact those who lose their lives and their loved ones. They impact entire communities. And now that gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children, and I think about when I was a child, for some reason, as a member of Gen X, I was terrified of quicksand. Now, the likelihood of me being killed by quicksand was pretty low. And yet, everybody that I know who's a member of Gen X, who was a kid in the 80s, was terrified of quicksand. Now, my children are terrified of gun violence. The anxiety they feel, particularly my son, when they have an active shooter drill. The anxiety that they feel when a loud pop occurs in a public place. My son, who in the middle of his 7th grade year after the excitement of standing on this floor as I was sworn into office, a week later was mourning the death of his classmate, Marquand Mitchell Nash, who was killed when a gun that he and his friends were using as a prop in a music video fired accidentally and killed him. His school year ended a day early when Sean Jackson, moments after his receiving his high school diploma, and his stepfather, Lorenzo Smith, were killed through gun violence that started as beef on Instagram. And something that in my generation, high school students would have settled with their fists are now being settled permanently through guns that can cause massive damage in a small amount of time, that are all too easy to access because the root causes that lead them to pick up that gun go unaddressed. Every time there's a shooting, whether in a grocery store, in a house of worship, school, park, someone's home, driving down the street, at a concert, at a nightclub, at a movie theater, no place is immune. And every time there's a shooting, whether it's a mass shooting or the unreported, often overlooked, day-to-day domestic violence or individual crimes, my son asked me a question. Mom, am I next? And I look him in the eye, and I say, I'm doing everything within my power to ensure that you are not. But Mr. Speaker, I can't do it alone. Our communities can't do it alone. We're about to celebrate 250 years of the remarkable idea that all people are created equal and endowed by their Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the purpose of government is to help them achieve those ends, or at least get out of the way. I came here to help people and solve problems. And the number one problem plaguing our communities right now, and especially our children, is gun violence. And yet, even when there's bipartisan support, we can't get a vote on anything that'll make a difference. And I'm tired of having to see that look of fear on my son's face when he hears of another shooting and having to hear that question. And I'm tired of the pit in my chest when my kids leave the house and I wonder, will they come back? Not because of anything that they do, but because of the public health crisis of gun violence. So let's do something about it. At a minimum, let's address the root causes. But thoughts and prayers aren't enough. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about something spectacular, something worthy of a year-long celebration, and something that will shortly be lighting up the skies from sea to shining sea, the 250th anniversary of the creation of the greatest country that has ever existed. On July 4th, we will be celebrating our collective birthday, and I am honored to stand on the floor of the United States House of Representatives in this beautiful capital, in this glorious and dynamic city, to describe what that means to me, the lone representative of the least populated state in our country. Our experimental republic, having been born from the ashes of a Middle Ages monarchy, has survived 2.5 centuries and is today stronger than ever, with all of us being a testament to what our forefathers envisioned, being a free people participating in self-governance with an understanding of the vision and divine intervention that created this country 250 years ago. 250 years that at times has involved struggle, hardship, discrimination, and war, while also yielding 250 years of freedom, opportunity, respect, compassion, and unprecedented prosperity. 250 years of building a truly inspirational legacy that warrants a generational celebration to confirm that Americans have the right to be proud of our country, to celebrate what it means to be an American. Now, this right to celebrate our 250th milestone does not mean that we should ignore or rewrite our history, but that we should look upon that history with a full and accurate understanding of what it means, both in terms of our dark periods and our incredible accomplishments. I will say it again because it bears repeating. America is the greatest country in the history of the world. Despite that fact, there are many individuals, including some who serve in this very body and who are running for office, who claim otherwise, and who seek to tear us apart from within so that they can replace this republic with the same type of failed states that exist elsewhere in the world. They claim that we have no American culture. They argue that slavery is our original sin and that we should be forever and only defined by that history. They claim that our forefathers, the founders of this country, are not worth honoring, but should instead be excised from our collective consciousness. So while American pride has historically been part of the fabric of our society, there has been an organized move afoot since at least the 1960s to undermine our reverence for this great country. Those actions have taken several forms, such as with claims that America was never great, with the retelling of our history, or with slanderous accusations about who we are, what we believe in, and the contributions that we have made to the world. Considering the fact that we are celebrating 2.5 centuries of America's existence this year, I think it's high time that we confront those sentiments head on and expose such narratives for what they are: an effort to destroy our Republican form of government to make way for the implementation of failed philosophies, moral bankruptcies, and the human suffering found in socialism and Marxism. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to remind everyone as to what has made us such a great country, why our history is worth defending, and to emphasize that the future of America is bright indeed. It is time that we celebrate America and everything that it means to be American. Just this last summer, we learned that the number of American adults who claim to be very proud of their country reached another record low. In Gallup's 25-year patriotism survey, just 17%, or less than 1 in 5 American adults, reported that they were very proud of being an American. The number of adults who claim to be extremely proud reached a 25-year low and has now fallen to below 60%. I hope that by focusing on America's 250th anniversary and looking back over our history with honesty and accuracy, we will reverse these declines. I am in fact optimistic that these festivities we've already enjoyed are currently inspiring a new sense of purpose in our national identity, and I believe that we are on the right track to making America proud again. Watching the soccer sports revolution or discovering the United States for the first time should make us all proud. I know it does me. Gallup's survey should cause us to take notice of what a lack of pride in our country portends in the long term, while forcing us to confront what the sustained attacks on our American identity have done in the past and are doing to us now. Many of our neighbors are asking why patriotism appears to be on the decline when there is so much to celebrate about the United States of America. What is behind this self-hatred that has permeated many of our institutions? What is the ultimate destination of this downward spiral into despair? What does intentional disparagement mean for our younger generations? The answers to these questions are not a mystery. They lie within the deep, dark caverns of our political divisions and are boiling up in the public square by those individuals and organizations who seek to turn us into yet another failed state. Our excitement for America has been dimmed by accusations of an unacceptable morality, and our self-image has been tarnished by a novel self-flagellation as part of a new revolution. A familiar revolution, a color revolution, a digital revolution, illuminating a national dysphoria, a rapid onset distortion of American identity. Mr. Speaker, our 250-year quest to become a more perfect union has always involved asking hard questions and self-reflection. How do we fulfill the promises of our founding documents in the context of governing this vast country from east to west and north to south? How are we maintaining our core values of freedom, justice, and equality? How do we couple self-autonomy and liberty with civic responsibility? And how are we lifting up and caring for our most desperate citizens in need? We must continuously ask these questions because we must never lose sight of the promise of America. We know that there are aspects of our history during which our ancestors failed to live up to what this country stands for. And I am not standing here today to pretend that there is no shame in parts of our past. Like so many countries around the world, the barbarism and shame of slavery is a stain on our early identity. Slavery is, in fact, an indelible part of the history of almost every country, from Western nations to the Middle East to South America to Africa and beyond. But how we ultimately eradicated that stain is what sets America apart. We overcame slavery's horror to eliminate this demon in our national spirit. We tore our country apart with the Union fighting to abolish slavery from our shores. The ultimate victory was a great triumph, and by fighting to uphold our own standards, as set forth in the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution, we have had a moral redemption of the American character. Unlike the other countries around the world who had slavery or continue to practice it to this day, we endured the exorcism of a civil war, and we emerged to secure a stronger, more equal, more just, and more determined union. Over 150 years ago, our ancestors fought fathers against sons and brothers against brothers to eradicate slavery. And through the focused leadership and determination of the great men and women such as Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, and Harriet Tubman, righteousness prevailed. Americans are rightfully proud of our demand for justice, freedom, and liberty. These characteristics are part of our national identity. But what do these words mean? Do we define them differently today than in years past? Have we evolved? What does it mean to be proud to be an American? I think that we all know, but we have allowed numerous malign influences to take control of the dialogue and to try to convince us that our history is not worth celebrating. And that is why I am on the floor of the United States House of Representatives today, to remind all of us as to who and what we are, and perhaps just as importantly, what we are not, despite what has been claimed as of late. In my opinion, America 250 is the perfect moment to restore our sacred pride and to challenge the slander of those who despise the freedom of personal responsibility and self-governance. And we have an obligation to be honest about what America is and what it isn't as we enter the golden age of America's next 250. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to remind Americans about how our united history, culture, language, literature, art, music, traditions, and innovations that define us as a nation long predate our independence. I start by being unequivocally clear. America was born with the very best ideas put forth and memorialized by some of the very best minds. I want to emphasize, however, that our country itself is far from a mere idea or a state of mind. America is a nation of people who share common values, traditions, history, and fate. We have been a charitable people from the beginning. We have long been a blessing to the world because of our culture of giving, hope, perseverance, and redemption. We are united by the Judeo-Christian values that compelled our first ancestors to come to America to pursue their destiny and to create a country based on freedom. Freedom of the individual, of religion, and of family. Our founders articulated the philosophy of what America is in so many different ways. John Jay wrote in Federalist Paper 2, Providence has been pleased to give this one connected country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs, and who by their joint counsels, arms, and efforts, fighting side by side throughout a long and bloody war, have nobly established general liberty and independence. That is a message of unity, of brotherhood, of a shared humanity. And we must be careful to always remember those characteristics that we share as our common denominator. This is what makes America, America. The fact that we have a unique shared culture, one that is worth acknowledging, defining, preserving, and protecting. This does not mean that we reject other cultures or traditions. America has, in fact, been one of the most gracious countries in history to welcome people from across the globe to our shores. By inviting those who seek to make our country home, however, we are not obligated to subjugate our American history, culture, and traditions for theirs. We instead welcome them here to partake in and succeed in the American way of life. And we must stop pretending that America is just an idea or that we have no shared culture worth fighting for. The moment we give up on America by believing it merely exists as an abstract concept is the moment we forfeit our shared culture as a nation. America has been the most potent force for good in human history. The erasure of the very culture that underlies our success as a country will be a dark moment for all of Western civilization if we allow it to happen. And what better time to celebrate our history, culture, and traditions than on this 250th anniversary, being optimistic that in 2026, while looking both backwards and forwards since Ronald Reagan professed it to be morning again in America, we will realize that it is a bright, golden sunrise shining over the new horizons of a novel American Pax Romana, the dawn of a truly golden age of America. The existence of America to those who came before this country was willed into existence by our forefathers and those willing to die for their noble cause was a dream, a paradise of freedom away from religious persecution and in harmony with neighbors, a place united by the Christian values that championed the family and preserved individual liberty. One of the nation's most famous civil rights heroes later articulated what that meant in a speech for the ages in 1963. He shared a dream just 2 miles west of this Capitol on the grand steps to the monument of the great emancipator. He dreamed, quote, that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Dr. King was assassinated just 5 years later, but his words carry his legacy as a living memory, a memory which to be both proud and careful as a warning about our present decade. The United States is experiencing many of the same stress tests today that we survived through the 1960s. We are locked in a competitive space race with a nuclear rival. Our foreign policy is wrapped around countering rival communist, fascist, and totalitarian regimes across the world who have no respect for human life, value, or dignity. Our university campuses are hotbeds of unrest and disunity, with calls to destroy the social contract that has allowed differing groups, religions, and philosophies to not only exist in harmony, but to actually thrive, and for our people to love each other like brothers. We are facing historic divisions in our cities where anarchy, race riots, and political assassinations have returned. We have faced these trials before. They are the familiar currents of cultural upheaval with a frightening future, an anxious uprising inspired by the demonic impulses of envy and greed embedded in racial, classist, and sexual resentment. These weaponized emotions threaten to divide us further and represent yet another obstacle to conquer on our crusade to deliver a more perfect union. This effort to divide us into ever smaller subcategories of humans, to slice and dice us into the smallest subset possible, to further a victim mentality, isn't designed to strengthen our core as a country, but to conquer us as a united people and to sully our shared society. Despite these efforts, the same commonalities that unite the American nation have always been our salvation, and it will be the resurgence of our shared Judeo-Christian values on this 250th anniversary that will save us again. I come from the Mountain West. Being born and raised in Wyoming is one of the greatest blessings of my life. There are 6 generations of my family who have called Wyoming home, And we, along with our extended family, have worked tirelessly to build the state to represent the heart and soul of America's destiny and legacy. We are the nation's least populated state, but we are a mighty herd at the frontier of the American march forward. Prairie populism carried the banner of progress forward, a new land of opportunity for freedom's endeavor, as we united this country from shore to shore. Wyoming was the first state to give women the right to vote, passing the Women's Suffrage Act on December 10, 1869, a full 50 years prior to the passage of the 19th Amendment, granting this right to women nationwide. Wyoming was a haven for free African Americans who enriched our cowboy and Western heritage, coming to Wyoming to homestead and create communities. We are proud to be the home of the Northern Arapaho tribe and the Eastern Shoshone tribe of the Wind River Indian Reservation, whose cultures and traditions have enriched our cultural history. Our pristine national parks and monuments stand as temples of a shining exceptionalism to our respect for the environment, beauty, serenity, and the sublime. The pulsing geysers at Yellowstone beat the heart of a humble people whose character defines the mission-driven stoicism within the American spirit. The West has always embodied the ultimate destiny of the American people, with its story being told by a proud, bold, patriotic clan in pursuit of prosperity and autonomy. The individual's birthright to self-determination, declared in our founding documents, characterizes our unapologetic crusade for justice, liberty, and expanding what's possible. We reached for freedom westward first, piercing the barriers of distance, wilderness, weather, and hostile conditions. Our ancestors survived against harsh elements, and they connected a continent. And as we moved westward, we took our culture and traditions with us, including those promises embodied in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, thereby establishing a country that spans North America from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific, where all people are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The American dream took root in the homestead on our ancestors' Western crusade for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The promise of private land ownership became a uniquely American ambition, available to the calloused hands of hungry settlers who built a nation and a culture shaped by shared trials and a common destiny. Today, the American dream stretches coast to coast, united by our heritage to create and sustain a free and just society. And it is this history that draws people from around the world to pursue that American dream. The world comes to America not because we are corrupt, but because we are not. The world comes to America not because we are racist or sexist, but because we are not. The world comes to America not because of the tired mantra that, quote, diversity is our strength, but because of our shared culture and history. The world comes to America not because we have nothing to offer, but because we are exceptional. We enjoy a degree of freedom and opportunity like nowhere else on earth, including in the very European country that birthed America, whose leaders are currently openly renouncing the Magna Carta civil contract in order to push policies that will ultimately destroy Western civilization if they are not reined in. There is no German dream or French dream. There is no Guatemalan dream or Haitian dream. And there has never been a Somalian dream. It is the American dream. The idea that anyone can realize success regardless of their circumstances, where race, sex, ethnicity, and background are not barriers to harnessing someone's full potential. I am an example of that American dream. When I was born, I was my parents' fifth child, and my oldest sister was just 5 years old. When they brought me home from the hospital, they had just recently bought a ranch, were over $200,000 in debt in 1962, and had $35 in the bank. This is the home where they brought me as a new infant. And our family continued to grow even after that, with more brothers being added later. We all worked to make that operation a success. I learned to drive when I was 4 so I could help my father feed cows. We were on horseback working cows almost before we could count them. We fixed, fenced, irrigated, did the chores, and milked cows. I graduated from Lingo Fort Laramie High School with a class of around 30 students. We were taught English literature, history, science, social studies, calculus, and trigonometry. We built pig barns and learned how to weld. although I was not very proficient at the latter. I had brilliant and compassionate educators who taught me to think and presented me with the rich mosaic of the real world so that I could succeed in the real world. Mr. Speaker, I realized fairly early that I probably was not going to make it in the welding field, so I chose to go to a community college on a livestock judging scholarship. I then attended the University of Wyoming, where I have to confess, I drank a lot of beer, played a lot of pool, and had more fun than was probably legal. I worked highway construction to help pay for school. I lived in a truck stop one summer. I later obtained both my bachelor's degree and my law degree and practiced law for 34 years, representing farmers, ranchers, business owners, gravel pits, municipalities, oil and gas companies, and most anyone who was being persecuted by the federal government. I've always wanted to be a long-haul truck driver when I grew up so that I could travel every mile of this beautiful country and relish in being an American. In the meantime, here I am. Why is my history important when discussing why we should be proud of our heritage? Because I am absolute proof of what our forefathers sought to implement and showing that it has come to pass. We are a government of, by, and for the people. I am every man USA. My history and my story are the history and story of tens of millions of people in this country. I came from the most humble of beginnings, living in this house on the Cheyenne to Deadwood Stage Trail with no telephone and limited access to the outside world. And I am today standing on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, speaking on behalf of the millions of my brothers and sisters everywhere. Only in America is my story possible, and I celebrate that every day. America 250 marks the milestone of a nation born out of grit, a desire for improvement, and a quest for innovation that are ingrained in our pioneer DNA. Our evolution is guided by an unrelenting passion for liberty's progress, 250 years of being guided by our instincts to confront new frontiers. In 1776, our forefathers had already recognized that it was time to throw off the limits of arbitrary boundaries previously established by a European monarch. The first Americans had already begun pushing west on the eve of our national independence. Daniel Boone captured the nation's divine early hunger for exploration with a trailblazing expedition across the Cumberland Gap. The millions who followed over the subsequent 250 years have done so in Boone's footsteps, chasing prosperity by conquering the elements and mapping their own future. By 1826, our country had already developed a strong taste for expansion after having doubled the landmass before turning even 50 years old. The Louisiana Purchase unleashed the budding ambition of American frontiersmen, defining a new era of self-determination by driving further westward. Mountain men like Jim Bridger, John Coulter, and Jedediah Smith carried Boone's legacy into the wilderness. Beaver trappers pioneered the first global economy. The next 50 years featured a mass migration to settle the continent. Farmers, builders, artists, intellectuals, gold miners, business owners, dreamers, second sons, and even some storied outlaws moved west to claim their future in the new frontier. By 1876, a new national hero emerged to represent the truest form of American individualism as our nation settled the West. The lone cowboy riding on the distant horizon staked his claim in the American identity, a male model of resilience, epitomizing strength, integrity, and stoicism. The image of his determined drive stays with us as a defining character in American culture, an aspirational figure of self-sufficiency and adventure to guard his herd, his nation, and his neighbor. My own great-grandfather joined a cattle drive in 1878, heading north from Texas, eventually settling in Wyoming, where he lived for the next 60-plus years, and leaving a legacy as an honest cowboy and rancher that continues to impact our state to this day. There are many like him in Wyoming and elsewhere, yet another layer in the glorious traditions and history of our great nation. By 1926, the American frontier was transformed by the exponential industrialization of a united continent. New networks of transportation and communication collapsed distance by using innovation. Our expansion reached far beyond our shores. Hawaii and Alaska represented the right new territories beyond the edge of the western frontier. America's desire for exploration and conquering far distant frontiers escaped into orbit as we approached our 200th birthday. The mission to the moon had just been accomplished by the bicentennial of 1976. The Apollo landings became an instant legacy to our pioneering endeavors, delivering the next generation of frontiersmen in the form of a new American hero defying gravity, the astronaut. His horse of steel and rocket fuel propelled a high-octane expression of American exploration into the future. The new path forward is a trail blazed upward, unlocking space-based industry and a colony on the moon as America reaches 250. It was by the will of a collective people united by a cultural desperation to determine their own story and achieve the impossible that we conquered the first moon landing. 250 years of a nation reaching forward, westward, and upward, escaping gravity, breaking previous realities, and unleashing endless new possibilities. Our national compass stopped pointing west, it started pointing up into the heavens. Our celestial neighbors marked the latest boundary of the American frontier. The sky is no longer the limit. In America, Mr. Speaker, it never has been. We now choose to go back to the moon, not because President Kennedy said we should 60 years ago, but because the moon represents the next stop as we continue to realize our manifest destiny. The stars taunt us as the next mythical paradise beyond our horizon to carry the banner of our cowboy legacy, an otherworldly wilderness for American frontiersmen to tame for God and for country. These stars have been on our national flag since our ancestors went to battle for our freedom. They fly again on the wings of heroes, blasting themselves to convey America further than we have ever gone before. Deep human spaceflight is the ambition of our generation. We plant our values on triumphant territory in the name of American glory. The banner that waved over Fort McHenry, the flag our heroes raised amid the costly battle at Iwo Jima, the stars and stripes planted by the astronaut cowboy on a distant crater. For 250 years, the flag has been an early symbol of American vigilance, an emblem of our pride and heroism. In the 1860s, the Gettysburg flag waved among the unbearable noise of war as our ancestors fought to keep the Union together and abolish slavery. Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong would plant the flag in the vast lunar mare known as the Sea of Tranquility in almost total silence a century later. This year, the flag returned to alien gravity, and the stars and stripes that draped our most famous 1980 hockey team waved once again at an Olympic triumph over Canada, a miracle on ice in the year of our 250th. The American flag is the ultimate unifier. We wear them, we hang them, and we pledge allegiance to them as a declaration of commitment to our country, our neighbors, our heroes, our culture, and our history. The colors conceptualize our gratitude for those who are willing to lay down their lives for our great country and for what it means to be connected to each other as Americans. They cover the caskets of the brave men and women who paid for our freedom. We honor each other when we honor those service members. The flag has always been the reminder throughout our 250 years of how far we've come, how much it cost, and how much is possible. It's a reminder to be proud of our American heritage, the freedoms we all share, and of how a price has always been paid, willingly so, by those who believed in everything that America stands for. 13 men and women have now paid the ultimate dues of American liberty this year in Iran. They joined the more than 1 million men and women who gave their lives for our country since 1775. On Veterans Day, we thank those who served and survived. On Memorial Day, we honor those who died, making the ultimate sacrifice. And it is because of them that we are able to celebrate Independence Day. They are why we made it to America 250. They did not die for a mere idea. They died for the values embedded in our flag, the ultimate representation of pride, love, and commitment to our great American nation, free and united by the best ideas. We recently celebrated Flag Day, a day to salute the most common banner of our character, the symbol of our shared identity as Americans in pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, a star-spangled emblem for hope and harmony. Now, for some reflection on where we are and what ails us. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have worked mightily to weaponize our history to indict our nation as irredeemable. Radical academics glorify the 1619 Project so that they may dismiss the miracle of 1620, when our ancestors planted the seeds of our country on their historic voyage aboard the Mayflower, the inaugural expedition westward that would define the direction of American destiny. It was they who sailed into existence a nation inspired by our Judeo-Christian values and who began the construction of the shining city on the hill. The Pilgrim Crusade for the right to self-determination reached a new milestone just 167 years after they arrived on our shores when the founders kicked off 250 years as an independent nation. 35 million Americans trace their lineage to the Mayflower. What a legacy and what a history. What they began based on faith, freedom, and hope has now evolved into a miracle. The miracle of our forefathers creating a country based not on government control, but on individual freedom. Today, the left reveres 1619 as what they say is the year of America's true founding. The year the first slaves were imported to America has become the defining moment for a new generation of cultural revolutionaries hell-bent on tearing our society apart. They lionize past pain to drape themselves in a toxic form of victimhood, antithetical to America's true values. The perpetual hoax that demands that we view ourselves entirely through the lens of racial injustice, however, dismisses our great legacy and history, as does their characterization that America was built for the sole purpose of oppression. That is simply not true. Acknowledging the horrors of slavery does not justify ignoring the greatness of America or counsel against celebrating the accomplishments of Americans from all walks of life. Twisted theories designed to disgrace American exceptionalism come in spite of everything we have done, yet it takes very little imagination to recognize that the world would be a dark place indeed were it not for America. And I mean that both figuratively and literally. In 1879, Thomas Edison lit up the night when he invented the light bulb in New Jersey, soon after visiting Wyoming to witness the total eclipse of the sun and enjoy some of our world-famous fishing. Alexander Graham Bell made the first successful telephone call just 3 years earlier in Boston. In 1903, Orville and Wilbur Wright changed our reality with the first powered flight across the Carolina sky. American aviators would pioneer jet-age travel within just half a century thereafter. In 1908, Henry Ford rolled the first Model T out of the garage. His assembly line would unleash the American car as the ultimate freedom machine to explore our wide-open country while also changing the very nature of manufacturing and thereby altering the world forever. Today, LED smartphones connect places around the globe in a nanosecond. You can charge them in the car or while flying in an airplane. Mr. Speaker, my mother is 102 years old. And I want you to just think of the changes that she has seen in her lifetime. Having grown up on a farm in Minnesota, they spent their days tending the garden, working in the fields, taking care of the animals, chopping wood, and canning food. Because of American ingenuity and the commercial production of affordable and reliable energy, the last 100 years have seen changes unrivaled in human history. An increase in life expectancy, a decrease in the infant mortality rate, central air, warm homes, and abundant food sources produced right here. American innovation and freedom are at the center of these advances that my mother has experienced, and we should be forever grateful for those who have dedicated their lives to making our lives better, both with regard to incredible technological and medical advances, as well as creating the arts and music that we so enjoy. The world's most consequential technologies are products of Americans' advancements. Computers, the internet, GPS, flight, fracking, and vaccines have been delivered from the laboratory of American democracy. But our form of a Republican democracy itself has always been America's best innovation. American free market capitalism has done more to relieve human suffering than any other system in human history, making every invention I just mentioned even a possibility. Today, Americans enjoy a level of prosperity and equality like nowhere else on earth, and like no time in human history. I encourage any skeptics to look at Iran if there's any doubt, where women are barbarically abused and gays are thrown off roofs. Marxist countries are no better, with the Cuban people having now been oppressed for over 60 years, while their government overlords have become filthy rich by exploiting their suffering. America is a reminder of America's world. America 250 is a reminder of America's world-changing contributions. Our ideas lifted more people out of poverty than any other civilization that has ever existed. Our heroism and bravery saved the world from 2 global wars, and our values inspired hundreds of millions to rise up for liberty. The leftist dogma through which today's revolutionaries write off history is a national tragedy and must be exposed as the intellectually lazy pablum that it is. The left dons the crown of victimhood to erase what it means to be a country of citizens pursuing a common cause. They flood the nation with third world immigrants who do not assimilate into our culture, with their militant refusal to do so tearing the American spirit while feeding waste, fraud, and abuse. The left cheers for the breakdown of the nuclear family while then using the resulting misery as a way to bolster their own power. America has a choice on this anniversary, and we should choose to rally around the same glorious flag that we all recognize in the year of our 250th. The Star-Spangled Banner reminds us how there is more that unites us as a nation than there is to drive distrust, envy, and anger among neighbors. I challenge every American to wrap themselves in our national colors throughout our historic anniversary. Reject the rainbow banners of identity politics and division. Embrace tradition. Embrace America. The American flag is the banner of our crusade under a shared destiny, a call sign to conquer the frontier, and a symbol of our national redemption. I am calling on all Americans to embrace this once-in-a-generation chance to be a part of this historic celebration. Honor our war heroes, practice gratitude for their service, make patriotism contagious, redouble your efforts to make your own communities places of wholesome, caring, productive, and embracing enjoyment. Mr. Speaker, celebrating everything we made possible everywhere is impossible because there is simply too much to be proud of. In fact, our national anniversary cannot even fit into a single day on July 4th. America 250 has become a year-long celebration coinciding with the kickoff of a decade of global sports on American soil. In 2 years, the Los Angeles Olympics will follow the World Cup, welcoming spectators from around the world to experience America as we begin another chapter in our 250-year journey. Europeans who have traveled here for the World Cup have flooded social media with expressions of wonder and amazement about all of the greatness that is America, including the abundance of resources and the benefits of a high-trust society. It is sad when some of our own neighbors fail to see it, but our visitors can. This summer, Washington, D.C. will host the IndyCar Series to race the Freedom 250 Grand Prix through our nation's capital. This expression of American patriotism joins the endless parade of cross-country events as an encore for our Independence Day celebration. While Americans commemorate our historic anniversary with the unapologetic and bombastic celebrations characteristic of our shared identity, there are countless ways that we can celebrate with our neighbors every single day. Most importantly, celebrate America and being an American, and continue breaking bread with your families and neighbors. Our history has not been perfect, Mr. Speaker, but there is so much to be proud of as a nation, as Americans. Our achievements are like the scope and size of the universe, barely scratched by the Artemis program. They are simply too great for us to fully appreciate unless we are willing to actually study who we are and what makes us different, why America has succeeded as a beacon of hope and renewal, and why we must fight every day to make sure that the next 250 years are even more spectacular than the last. America is almost too big and too beautiful to understand the reach of our exceptionalism, but we can do it when we put our mind to it by reminding ourselves of the glorious things that have been wrought over the last 250 years because America exists. America has exceeded the limits of the imagination and expanded beyond the wildest dreams of our forefathers and founders when they began to put together a country that would ultimately become the American dream. We are one big, beautiful nation, united under one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And in less than 2 weeks from today, the sun will rise on the first day of America's next 250th. God bless America. Yes, thank you, God, for blessing America. And I yield back in gratitude for being able to serve in this august body of men and women dedicated to protecting and defending our republic.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
What is my motion? Yes, I do. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.